What's the motherfucking deal? All the friends in the den. How are you doing this evening? I hope everybody's having a superior Sunday. I'm your host. Your hostess with the most. Who do you say that? The ghost with the most. They're like some Ghostbuster shit. Something like that. But I'm your host, Ed Honcho. Hope y'all are doing well this evening. I hope everything is going grandiose. I hope everything is falling in your favor, in your life. Tonight is Sunday night. And tonight we're going to do something. Well, we're starting this tradition. I think we started last week. And so we're going to do a thing called Sunday Night Confessions. And I've been kind of deliberating on what confession I should make. Because it's only fair that I have a confession too if I expect some of y'all to do some things. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot I could talk about. Some things I probably shouldn't talk about. But I'm pretty sure I don't give a shit. So we're going to do some confessions. So I'm going to talk a little bit, open up the Denline a little bit earlier than usual. I'm going to learn how to speak English too. And then, I want to know what y'all thinking. We had some good ones last week. When it's maybe not even always about just maybe confessing, but it's about honesty. T'Challa had a good call last week when she was speaking on her experiences with various penis sizes. And we learned that foreign men don't have a stroke. So sorry, all you foreign fellas. That's the word on the street. Beyond a funny nigga had a good call last week. So I'm hoping that some of you will be a bit more courageous, a little bit more brave. Not like we know y'all too much. Ain't gonna hurt y'all to make a little confession. Like you might not have confessed Sunday at church during the day, but hey, Sunday night in the den, you got to get it in. Again, so I'm your host, Ed Honcho. Man, I want to know what friends in the den are joining us this evening, and then we're going to get into it. We'll see what denizens, what friends of the den, the dengenerates. Let's close that out. And see who's joining us this evening. And like I say, let's get into the conversation, man. We got plenty to talk about. There's always plenty to talk about. And so again, like I said, I hope everyone is doing well. I hope life is treating you exquisitely. Stina Starry-Eyed, Sam Landers, Brian Roscoe, what's the motherfucking deal? Jess Sarah, always good to see you. What's the motherfucking deal? Baker Man, what's the motherfucking deal? Roscoe, let me see. Look, Roscoe, you got two shout outs. Mark, Heidi, Reese, what's the motherfucking deal? Good to see you. Jackson, what's the motherfucking deal? Simply Deep, Cavity Creep, Beyond a Funny Nigga, D Love, Tamara Slaughter, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Keisha. Ooh, Keisha. Good to see you, Keisha. Let's see. Make sure I ain't missing nobody. Wise, what's the motherfucking deal? The wise man in the house, always good to see. Anthony Bailey, Dr. Rabbit, good to see you. Let's see. Jaja Era. And look, if I miss you, Jared Key, what's the motherfucking deal? I can't miss my dog, Jared. What's the motherfucking deal, Jared? Yeah, I got you. Can't forget you, man. Shout out to Jared, man. Look, man, look, Jared finna be in the new Karate Kid movie. I seen him. He over there doing roundhouses, doing the Ryu and shit, kicking shit, spinning and shit. I'm like, God damn, I'm barely getting my leg up to stretch and shit. I see Jared doing all this fancy shit. I gotta step my game up. But shout out to Jared, man. So yeah, I think you had the confession. Was your confession about the roach, Dr. Rabbit? So, Again, good to see all of y'all, man. And I'm glad y'all, again, like I said, got to see another day. So I was thinking, what could I talk about? I've shared so many stories in the den. I guess some of them will kind of be recycled from maybe some of the OGs who've been here for the last year or two. For some of the newer folks, it may be new, There's been a lot of stuff, so I'm trying not to be too boring, try not to go back onto the old stuff. So I try to make sure we keep it fresh. There's a lot that I have talked about, a lot that I have not. And so I'm trying to just determine, I'm on one of two things right now, what I want to talk about. I'm trying to decide whichever confession I don't make today, I'll probably make the other confession next week. So we'll see. I'll have to think about it. So, confession. I guess, man, let's see. Let me talk about something terrible terrible that I've done. Let me see. Something terrible that I've done. Friends. Let's talk about friends. Okay. So I've had a couple of relationships throughout my lifetime. And there have been some interesting situations in those relationships. And some of those good, some of those bad. I told you, I used to be a dog. A lot of things happened in my life. I've changed my ways, But old Honcho, old Honcho didn't give too many shits. It was fight it, fuck it, piss on it. Not R. Kelly style. It was only legal. So I can say there were a few occasions where friends of my, I guess you could say, significant others or chicks that maybe I was talking to at the time or whatever it is, in almost probably every one of those relationships, I probably bagged a friend. And half the time it wasn't even intentional. All right. I'm going to be honest with you. Something that I've noticed about chicks, like I say, it's been a while. Like I say, I've cleaned up my act. I've been on the up and up for a few years now. I learned about the priorities in life and what's essential. It ain't all about getting your dickhead wet all the time, or I guess, well, it wouldn't be wet if you wrap it up. Anyway, might have to be like Pimp C. I wish I could tell you I wore rubber every time, but if I told you that, then nigga, you know that I'd be lying. But that's like has nothing to do with the story. But so there were a couple of occasions where I did bag friends of my significant others or chicks that I was talking to. Sometimes more than one. And like I said, though, the thing is, at that time, I used to think with my dickhead. Okay. So you found out how age started today. I'm a veteran. And so, but this is the thing, though. When women see their friends in a good relationship, envy is a thing. And sometimes, and I told you, in my past, I was doing my little dealings here and there, and I was never really a materialistic person, but it was nothing. If the old lady needed something, make sure you take care of it or whatever. And I think there would be single chicks. Sometimes their friends would be around, or their friends would be around, and hey, I got y'all too. Don't worry about it. I've had friends, get in situations, had to bail them out, have to help them get their fucking car out to the impound or something, only because. Significant other, please, hey, can you help me out? Yada, yada, yada. And I think chicks see that and maybe don't have that in their life. And I think every woman thinks that her pussy's better than the next woman. I think that's just a thing. I don't know if men feel the same. Well, you know what I mean. And so situations would occur quite often. You have to be a bed by 10. That's funny. But yeah, man, I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't always the most up and up boyfriend. I would always say then I was a better friend than a boyfriend. But yeah, so there were a few times I bagged and tagged, and sometimes more than one occasion. And sometimes, when motherfuckers start trying to catch feelings, you had to kind of check them and put them back in their place. That's not what that is, Fuck no. That'll never happen. But again, I was the one in the wrong. I was the one in a committed relationship. So I was the one that really, truly had something to lose. And if I was to say that I never got caught, then I would be lying. So had to deal with some of those situations in my past. I think that's as much detail as I'm going to go into it right now. Because again, I expect the day to last a very long time. So I'm going to need confessions for the future. And some of these could branch off into individual other stories of their own. So I think that I'll leave it there. I think I'll leave that there. I think that's where I'm gonna leave it at. But I mean, here's my deal. Because a lot of people have this visual of I'm not a bad person, but a lot of people have a certain idea of a senior honcho, and so I think that is what I will share enough right here. But like I say, so there were definitely some situations where I did some things with did some terrible things. Oh, I violated the shit out of them bitches. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest. I violated the shit out of them bitches. I ain't gonna lie to you. Fuck it. If you that low down with the shit, you don't give a fuck. Well, I don't give a fuck. But we gonna leave it like that. So, but like I say, you grow, you learn, you live and you learn. You realize it ain't always about that. And you have to step it up a notch. You say it's her fault for bragging on you. Well, sometimes chicks just see shit. They just happen to be in the mix and they see things, and especially the time when I was in actual good shape. Oh man, it was game over then. But that's as much as I'm sharing with y'all for this evening. For now, I might you say your lady's the ex-GF of your ex-homeboy. Oh man, hey, well, do two exes make it right? I mean, if y'all no longer affiliated, if y'all no longer homeboys, does that make it right? I don't know. Shame on you watching the Oscars. I don't watch award shows. I've never been anything I've ever been into for. It's been a long time since I've seen somebody win an award. So here's the deal, man. Make sure, before we open up the line, make sure you're following the Den on all the proper socials. Make sure you're following the Den on all the proper channels. Facebook.com/DenShowLive, @DenShowLive on Instagram and Twitter. Different platforms, same name. Also, make sure, well, if you're on the Facebook, you can join the Facebook group. The link should either be in the description, or if you like the Facebook page then the link is there, so you can join that. Yeah. And again, make sure if you ever want to contact the Den while we're live or not, you can feel free to call the Denline 833-284-3336. 833, the number 2, the Den is the easy way to remember that. Even if the Denline is not active or we're not live, you can always call, leave a voicemail if there's something you want to share. You have an idea for a show, just some constructive criticism, feel free. You can always email at denshowlive@gmail.com. If you have something you want to share via email, you can do the same thing. If you want to offer a show topic idea, if you just want to offer some constructive criticism, your opinion on something, maybe you missed a live stream, I do my best to check all of those and to try to reply. And if you want to share the Den with a friend, tell them to go to the Den, thedenshow.com. Shit was just there and I already forgot it. Tell them to go to thedenshow.com. So here's the deal. We are going to open up the Denline. And I want to know, look, we had a couple of folks called in last week, okay? And they were interesting. Don't block your possible baby mamas, on the gram. It is what it is. So here's the deal. I think we 33 deep in here. I expect some calls. Look. I expect some calls, goddamn. I want to know what you guys are feeling. I want to know what's on your mind. I mean, come on, let's hear some confession. Don't nobody know who y'all are. This is your little secret place on the internet. Y'all don't know nobody in here. Ain't nobody gonna tell on y'all. I don't know. Hopefully not. I ain't gonna tell on y'all. That's all I can vouch. I can't vouch for nobody else. Other motherfuckers fucking around trying to dox you. Well, I'm gonna tell on him. He said something to me one time in the chat and I didn't like it. I'm gonna get his ass. No, I don't think it gets that dramatic. I don't think it's that bad. Okay, but let's go ahead and drop the Den line in here. And Y'all feel free to call in, man. I want to know what's on your mind. I want to know what y'all think, and I need to hear some confessions. Look, I need something to talk about, so I can talk about y'all and how despicable you are and how disgusted you should be of yourself. No, I'm just fucking with you, man. We all human beings. We all fuck up, man. Sometimes it's a good time to just vent, to let things go, to to get it out of there. Oh, that's terrible. Terrible. That's terrible, Dr. Rabbit. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard, ever. But look, that's when they're gonna come back and when they ready to cancel Honcho. When they cancel me on Twitter, that's what they're gonna talk about. They're gonna come back to this stream. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
What's cracking on show? This is Dr. Rabbit.
Dr. Rabbit, the only doctor I know with no degree. How are you doing this evening? What would you like to drop in the den tonight?
Man, I got a confession.
Okay. What would you like to confess, Dr. Rabbit?
Now, I did share this, but I don't think anybody saw it.
Okay.
And if you did see it, you didn't really say anything about it. So, one time, it's the middle of the night, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired, and my dog takes a shit on the floor in my room. And I'm tired, and when I'm tired, I get cranky. Apparently, the exact words that I said to my dog were, "I hope you have a heart attack so big it kills your whole fucking family."
Does anybody have the number to PETA or the ASPC? I need to report an incident of animal abuse.
What's those bitches?
But why are you threatening your dog, Dr. Rabbit? It's just an animal, and obviously you decided not to housebreak the dog, or you were being too lazy to give the dog an exit to where they could handle their duties. So why is that the dog's fault?
It was okay. I will admit it's not one of my greatest moments. I'm not even happy about it. I guess it's just because I didn't. Well, I mean, it is my fault because I did leave my door open, and we didn't let him out. So where is he supposed to go? He can't go on the toilet.
No,
that bitch gonna fall in there.
Yeah, if he could, it would be, you probably could make some money off that dog if the dog could shit on the toilet. Definitely go viral with that one.
Yeah. Post that shit on YouTube. Instantly get demonetized because you see the dog's asshole.
Yeah, you don't want to see any dog ass. That's terrible. Okay. So how did you handle this? Hopefully the dog shit is not still there and you did clean up the dog shit.
Oh, no, I did clean it.
Okay.
I cleaned it.
Okay. Interesting. You know what we got to do? We got to come up with a rating system for some of these confessions somehow, some way. We got to think of a legitimate rating system. If the person was wrong or if it was acceptable, we got to figure something out. We'll figure that out.
Did it, was it tolerable or was it freaking off the wall, just straight up fucked up?
Yeah, something like that. That's what we gotta figure something out. I think that'll be the thing. So it'll be when we have the calls and people admit their confessions. We'll have a 1 if it was a tolerable confession, that it wasn't just so bad, and I think a 2 if we should wag a finger at them. That's a no, that they should be ashamed of themselves. We'll figure it out. We'll come up with an adequate rating system. But I appreciate you calling in and sharing your shitty story with us, Dr. Rabbit.
I see what you did there. All right, man.
All right. Oh, man. I'm afraid that dog is getting abused at Dr. Rabbit's house. If I didn't have a Scotty, I'd save a dog before I save a hoe. So there's that. All right, we've got a call coming in. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
It's your boy, Roman.
Roman, what's the motherfucking deal? What would you like to drop in the den this evening, Roman? What kind of confession you got for us?
Oh, man, To be honest with you, Honcho, I haven't got no confession, man. I try to live my life confession free. To be honest with you,
man, okay.
I did something wrong. I try to say it. I mean, I really ain't got much for you, man. I just really just call in because I got to call in. So I mean, went with the family today. Had a good day, bro. Man, I was watching the Oscars, man, and looking at them, bro. I would say it was a good Oscar, especially for black people, man. You had Regina King, she won. Black Panther pulled out 3. Spike Lee won his first Oscar. So I would say great Oscars for black people, man. But yeah, been honest with you, Honcho, man. I ain't got nothing for you. I mean, let me think.
I don't know. Roman Ennis, he all in the choir and shit. He ain't got no confessions, man.
No, I heard a little bit what Dr. Rabbit was saying. I was like, come on, Dr. Rabbit, it's a dog. Now, I know dogs, sometimes I got a dog. I know dogs can be annoying. I love my dog. She should pet. She can be annoying at times, but come on, bro. You ain't never say kill the dog. Come on, bro. That's a little cold. Ain't the dog fault. Unless the dog is biting you or trying to kill you, got rabies, okay. But if a dog's just playing around, come on, bro. I mean, that dog ain't trying to do nothing to you,
Okay.
But now, Honcho, I really ain't got nothing, so I ain't about to take any of your time, bro. So I'm just really just calling in, man.
All right. Well, I appreciate you checking in, Roman. It's all good.
Man, yeah, anytime, man.
Already.
All right.
Well, I know probably once we get through some confessions and things, I'm sure we'll have some conversation. I see a couple of people talking about they are watching the Oscars and things like that. Man, I'll tell you one thing though. I ain't watching this shit, but I seen some hoe ass nigga in a fucking tuxedo dress, and that's that bullshit motherfuckers be on. Man, we gotta stop with the nonsense. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
What's up, Honcho? This D-Love.
D-Love, what's the motherfucking deal, man? What kind of confession you want to drop in the den this evening?
Yeah, so this took place my senior year in high school. I was at a debate tournament at I believe it was Sam Houston High School. Yeah. All right, so I just got through with my first debate, and then actually I just arrived in the building, and my sponsor wasn't there yet, So I'm just sitting there waiting on them. Then I realized I had to pee, right? So I go, to the bathroom, handle my business, and as soon as I'm done, I'm washing my hands, at the station. Then I hear some footsteps, right? Now, the restroom had like 2 entrances, not necessarily any doors. You just, you make a couple of turns and then you're in the restroom. So, I hear some footsteps, and then a female walked into the bathroom. All right. Now, I was prideful. All right. I was really prideful, so I didn't think I was wrong, and I was not willing to believe that I had made a mistake. So, I continued washing my hand out. Funny thing is, she didn't really say anything. She just looked at me and, washed her hands and walked out. Now, in my mind, I'm like, are you serious? Okay, so I continue washing my hands, and then on the other side of me, because I told you the doors had like 2 entrances, I hear like a group of females, talking and laughing, and then, they get closer, and then they get louder and stuff. That they're not going to walk in here today. Okay, so they do walk in, and now they reacted differently, because as soon as they saw me, they paused with smiles, like with kind of like a smirk on their face, and I'm like, mind you, me still being prideful, I asked them, I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is the boys' restroom, and it's, one of them was like, this is the girls' restroom, and that moment was so embarrassing. I was kind of in denial, and I was just like, no, it's not, and they started laughing. They're like, yes, this is the girls' restroom, and I stand there kind of like my jaw dropped for a second, just like froze. They laughing at my ass. You know what I mean?
Just hung up on me in the middle of the call. I don't know if it was my fault, but I don't think the thing cut out. Call back in and finish the story if you'd like. But D Love in the ladies' room, getting some love in the ladies' room. Hey yo. I mean, hey, this is how you turn that story into a win, though. If you end up getting a number before it was all said and done, that story was a win. If you got 2 numbers, you was really killing it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Beyond the funny nigga.
Beyond the funny nigga. What's the motherfucking deal, man? What would you like to drop in the den this evening?
All right, I'm gonna start this off like I'm gonna let you know I was young, so this was like 2018. But anyway, so not for real though, but it was like back in I think it was kindergarten. And that's like that innocent age and everything, like everything's so innocent to you. So I was in this class, and me and some females and some niggas, we used to kick it together, be coloring, and all that crazy type of shit. So one day I was in class and one of the girls was like, "Hey, look under the table." And then like I was like, what you mean look under the table and shit? She was like, just look under the table, just peek. And I looked under the table and shit, and she had a skirt on, and then she had lifted the skirt up and shit. This bitch ain't had no motherfucking drawers on and shit. And like they going back and forth in the table and shit. They're like, all right, who next? And shit. So it got down to me and shit. So I ain't know what to do and shit. So my old follow the leader ass, I pulled out my shit and I show them shit. They're like, ooh, shit. Like they said like they was professionalized and shit. Like they knew what dick was in kindergarten. And I had forgot because the teacher that came back in the classroom. I remember she had came back in the classroom, went to her desk and everything, and she had called me because she had to give me a paper. And I forgot. I had forgot my dick was out, and I had zipped up my pants a little bit, and I walked up to her, and you know what the teacher said? She said, "Oh, you forgot you have a little piece of string hanging out your pants." I'm like, "Bitch, there ain't no string. That's my dick, bitch." so I was like, man, I was so heartbroken from that, man. But yeah, that's about it.
Oh, that's awful. I don't even know if I can listen to that. I might have been I don't know if that was illegal to listen to, but babe, appreciate the call. Beyond the funny nigga, babe. Man, look, see, it's one thing. I'm finna go way over the edge. That's one thing, when you with peers your age, you think you work with somebody, then you see the adult and she call your shit some strain. That's some whole ass shit. And you like, damn, I'm defeated. That's terrible. But I used to know motherfuckers that can go doing. They were a little kid, but 2 of them got caught up on the fucking bus doing that wild ass shit. They got suspended and shit. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening? Hello. Okay, well, keep hanging up. I thought that was believe that was D Love calling back. Yeah, that's the funniest part of the time. We do coloring and all that crazy ass shit. Yeah, it'd be wilding out coloring and shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Using the motherfucking 32 box of colors and shit. You feel me? What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Honcho? It's Man Things. How you living?
Man Things. What's the motherfucking deal? I'm pretty good. I can't complain. But what kind of confession you got for us this evening, Mr. Man Things?
Man, I got a confession for the den. So this was about 2 years after I graduated high school. And there was this girl that I had always been kind of sweet on. We rode the bus together whenever I was when I was still in grade school and on into high school. But she'd always had a thing for me, and I'd always had a thing for her. And I was going home. This is whenever I was in the Marine Corps, and I was going home, and she had been hitting me up for I'd say about 3 or 4 months at that time. But she was married, and she had her first kid with this dude. And this dude was a good friend of mine. Always partied with him, always had a great time and everything like that. And it wasn't nothing against him, but she told me that they were splitting up and they were getting separated. So whenever I went home, I kind of it was one of those weird situations where you get caught in, where she's like, "Hey, how about you come over to my house tonight?" And I was like, "All right, cool." Well, turned out that her and old boy hadn't been separated or anything like that. She was just tired of dealing with his fucking nonsense. And so I went over there, and it was like a little tiny party, like 5-6 people, and everybody left, and I was still up drinking with them, and we were sitting at the table, and it was me and her, I guess you could say, well, baby daddy. But more than anything, this dude was getting really belligerent drunk at the table with us. And while we were sitting there at the table, she's up under the table fiddling with me and fucking rubbing up on my leg and stuff like that. And this dude actually passed out at the house. And one thing led to another, and I ended up nailing this girl in the house with her baby daddy, who was paying the bills there. So kind of had some regrets for that whole entire situation. But yeah, I want to know what you think about that thing. You know, like, it's one of those things where if you're going to let her hunt, if you're going to let her go out and chase whatever she wants to chase, you kind of might want to keep a tab on her. But I've always kind of said it, you know, well, if he was actually running shit right under his own roof, that wouldn't have happened. But I think that I might be making excuses for myself for nailing her while we're under the roof that he was paying the bills for.
I'm gonna agree with you. I mean, if he was handling things the way they was supposed to be handled, I don't think she'd have been out, you know, doing what she was doing. So I'm not gonna fault you for that one. I think,
man, I wouldn't fault you for that either, but I kind of, you know, same
yeah,
token, I kind of feel like that's just me looking for an excuse.
Yeah. No, I understand. Because I look back on a couple of things that I've done. I was like, man, I probably wasn't in the right, but I definitely validated it. Validated that behavior when it was happening. Man, here's the thing, man. If she's choosing, I mean, it ain't too much you can do about it, because if it wasn't you, it probably would have been, you know, the next gentleman, if that's what she was on the hunt for. So if she was willing to do it, I don't see any fault in it. I really don't.
Well, the only thing that surprised me was that a couple months later, let's see, this is about maybe 4 or 5 months later, she had been sending me nudes and trying to get me on Skype and, you know, doing the crazy bitch shit.
Yeah.
And he had put I don't know what that fucking program on the phone was, or if he was just able to tap into her phone or whatever like that. But he messages me one day and he's like, "Hey man, we need to talk." Which I don't know how everybody else feels about this, but if it was me and I found my old lady fucking sending nudes and trying to fucking, you know, phone sex up another motherfucker, I'd have been like, "Hey, the next time you fucking step into this fucking space, I'm gonna fucking box your head in."
Yeah.
But it kind of told me exactly why the entire situation happened the way that it did, because the way that he approached me once he actually found out about it was he was trying to fucking be nice to me and say like, "Hey man, you need to call me, like we got to talk, we got to do this and that and the other." And I was like, yeah man, I'm at work right now, can I just text you about it?
Yeah.
so ended up I called him after work and he was like, "Hey, listen, I know about y'all's little fling and this and that and the other." Dude, this guy was trying to make it okay in his own mind that his old lady was fucking running around on him and doing all this fucking dumb shit.
Oh man.
And that was like, at that point I was like, it was one of those things, you know, where your balls fucking reach up into the fucking base of your brain and fucking grab them and take control, and you're like, "Hey man, look, if you're gonna call me and fucking tell me how it wasn't okay, but you understand, your bitch deserves to get fucked."
Exactly. My premise is this, man. Especially, I look at it like this. You know, you're the one. She's the one that's committed to you. You know, that's your old lady. So you need to handle that situation with her. Me, if I'm the third party or whatever it is, I'm just a man being a man. If I don't have any commitment to you, if it's not some friendship type deal, or we're buddies, or, you know, co-workers or teammates or any of that type of shit, you know, I have no allegiance to you in that way. You need to handle that problem with your old lady, because I'm not the one at fault. Because if I wasn't in the picture, it's going to be the next person or whomever else. So yeah, that's a very interesting one.
Yeah, man. Well, so now a couple years down the line, I've gotten married And I've told my old lady the same thing. I said, hey, look, if you're gonna try to step out on this kind of like if you're gonna step out on our relationship, that's you.
Yeah.
That ain't nothing to do with me. If I ain't doing you right, then you got to come through me and tell me that I'm not doing right by you. This ain't like, well, you pissed me off on Tuesday and now it's Friday and you still haven't apologized, so I'm gonna go fuck somebody else.
Yeah.
That's that fucking 17-year-old shit that I ain't gonna deal with. But I've always told my old lady from the start, man, like, hey, if you feel like you got to step out, talk to me about it first. Let me know like what your reasons are for it, and we'll decide whatever the fuck we're gonna do after that.
Yeah.
But my feelings on the situation is the only reason that a woman's gonna step out of a relationship is if a man gives her a reason to. Because we all have our really weird kind of. We have those things in our mind that's just like those trigger points where we say like, yep, this is exactly what I was fucking hoping to avoid, but I'm going to use it as an excuse to step out on you. But I told mine, like, if you find a reason to step out, if you got to go around town dancing or do whatever you got to do, just fucking let me know about it first. That way I at least have like a warning sign to tell me that I'm the one that's fucking up. Yeah. But some people fucking find a really weird way to justify doing dumb, crazy, and weird shit just because they want to do dumb, crazy, and weird shit. And that's kind of like where I felt like where this girl was, back in the Gap. I felt like she just wanted to do some really weird, dumb, crazy shit, or she had that feeling like she had to close on some fucking shit that she never had closed on before. And she had a man paying her bills, so it was about that time for her to close on some stuff.
Yeah, that's wild. I think I think the difference with women and men, especially when it comes to stepping out. I think women generally have an emotional attachment. It's some when you're neglecting their emotions or some justification they'll use something like that. I think men, it could be a more physical state. You just fall into one of those situations where you just thinking with the wrong head. So I think women's situations are a bit more long term. It takes a couple of those little instances to build up for her to justify it, and then with men, they just go out and do some shit.
Yep. And I will say this with a woman, she definitely has to be neglected for a lot longer emotionally than a man has to be neglected physically for us to step out. Yeah. We go like 2 or 3 weeks without getting any, and we're like, damn, man, this motherfucker has a shelf life.
Yeah.
This thing ain't going to fucking work till I'm 65. And I mean, God bless you. There's some men out there that are fucking still 65. Hugh Hefner, up until the day that motherfucker died, that dude didn't need Viagra. That motherfucker needed cement. Yeah. That guy was just fucking banging whatever moved. But yeah, with the ladies in the room, that definitely becomes something that you need much more rapidly than a guy needs satisfaction. Because I mean, you think about it, like when you have a fight with your old lady, and you guys are just going through an absolutely like you guys are at each other's throats. For me, I'm gonna go lock the door on the bathroom. I'm gonna hit up that Pornhub, and I'm gonna make myself all right. I don't feel like a woman can do that, man. There ain't no fucking Pornhub for Valentine's gifts and fucking sweet poetry and all that kind of stuff like that. They just don't have a website for that yet.
Man, that might be the thing we need to come up with. That might be the $1 billion idea.
Hey, man. Anyway, bro, we've been on here about twice as long as we're supposed to. I know we got like a 5-minute call in, and I'm on 11 minutes right now, so I'm gonna let it go and kick it back to the den. But yeah, call in with your dirty secrets, because the den is all family, and your dirty secrets ain't gonna get aired out to nobody else. And Honcho, you got anything else?
That's all I got right now.
All right, man. I'm gonna go back to watching the stream and hanging out with y'all.
All right, appreciate the call, man. Thanks.
Later, man.
All right. Shout out to man. Thanks for the call, man. Hey, I'm saying, especially in the younger day. Hey, I was young and active, man. I can't help some of the things that I've done. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Man, you just gonna hang up on me, man? What's up, Honcho?
See, look, man, I was trying to see what happened. I was just in the middle of the call. You disappeared. Last we heard, you was in the restroom. The ladies came in. You was arguing with them. I think you kicked one of them in the kneecap, slapped one of them bitches. I don't know what happened to the rest of the story. I was trying to find out what happened. Nah, what happened though?
Yeah, just BS bypass.
Okay.
Nah, but yes, I was in debate, right? My senior year in debate, then I went into the restroom. I just want to pick up where I left off. So, that's what happened. Yeah, I mean, I was proudful I was in there, but yeah, luckily they were supportive about it. It was like, it's all right. Now, my job, I did not notice that there were no urinals. Like, I just went into the restroom and handled my business. I didn't even check. Yeah, I didn't even notice that there were no stand-up stalls. So, yeah, and so you're in the chat calling me a creep, like out of here. Come on, this is back in my senior year, but that usually don't happen because usually when I would walk into the restroom, I would look at the sign and I'm like, oh crap, I'm about to walk into the girls' restroom. Then I would go, but for some reason, I guess I had to pee that bad. After that, we walked out the restroom, we were talking and I remember telling them, the last thing I remember telling them was, y'all, you can see a damn thing, something like that. And then we went on about our day. So yeah, that was. It was quite embarrassing.
Did you get a number though? I mean, that's what I say. You had to finesse the situation. You had to at least walk out the situation with some digits, some something, man.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they were pretty. Like at least one of them was. I know they wore a shit ton of makeup, but yeah, no confession. I did not get a number. As soon as I told them they didn't say anything, I just walked out of it.
Okay.
Never saw him again.
Okay, well at least you didn't get hit with a Me Too or some off the wall shit. It could have been a lot worse. So at least you escaped the situation unscathed. So
it could have been worse. They could have had their phones out. They could have recorded my
That'd have been bad. Yeah, that would have been bad. You would have been viral. That's bad.
And I had a mohawk, so probably would have. But nah, yeah, that's my confession.
Okay. Yeah, they really would have thought you was a person. There's a guy with a mohawk in the ladies' room. I don't know what the fuck's going on in there. But yeah. All right, D-Love. That's what's up, babe.
I appreciate that, Honcho.
I appreciate the call, man. Already. Man, look. You gotta check the signs. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever went to at least not mistakenly. Maybe I think I might have went deliberately one time. I had to fucking take a leak. Shit, goddamn. I think it was at a bar. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, this is Beyond a funny nigga one more time.
All right, Beyond, what you want to drop in the den, man?
All right, let's cut the child pornography. I'm not trying to stoop down to Ed Man's level, but this is serious. It's not really a confession. It's just I need some advice. Okay, so I'm dating this female, and we've been together for like almost a year. And you know how like when you're in a relationship, you kind of tend to mention like the future together. You can like, oh, you're not trying to plan, but you're just mentioning things like, oh yeah, what if we get married and all this type of shit. And we've been arguing lately, and she's been like, she told me actually she was like, she doesn't see herself marrying me, or she doesn't want to marry. And I myself, I feel like every relationship should have like a next stepping point, or like a happily ever after. But I feel like since she told me that, like, where's our happy like ending? Like, what do I do now? Like, how can I go on with the relationship? Like, I give a fuck about it. It's like in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm with you, but what's the point of being with you if that's not going to be like the end game or next stepping step?
Okay. Yeah, my advice would be, I don't know how to do it, smoothly, but maybe you have to have a mutual parting of ways, because I mean, if this is just where it ends, I mean, and there's no growth at that point, if you're looking for something further, then it becomes a waste of time, because then you need to be finding someone who eventually seeks that. Now, I know being young and, people change and things like that, but if you kind of have your mind on a particular set of goals and someone else is thinking differently, maybe y'all have exhausted, the possibilities for growth up to this point, and then might be time just to kind of hey, it was cool while it lasted, but it's time to do something a little bit different. I mean, that would be my only suggestion. Like I say, you would probably be best to move on instead of trying to force somebody into something, or saying, hey, I really want, this is where I want to end up, and trying to convince them into something, and then eventually they get into some shit that they really weren't into in the first place. Then, you get so far, then, you got a runaway bride on your hand, you show up to the altar and she ain't even there. You know what I'm talking about? So, I mean, but reality, I understand. I understand, sometimes some relationships just are, you just go to a certain point. Again, they it's not a loss, it's not or anything like that. It's just a lesson, and you learn things from that relationship that made you better or that you didn't care for. So when you move on or you go to another person, you say, okay, well, these are qualities I'm looking for. These are traits that I saw in this last person that I didn't care for, so I don't want this from the next person, the next individual that I'm dealing with. So I would think that I think it would be time to move on. If you seriously got future plans.
Yeah, all right. I'm finna break up with that bitch right now.
Man, do that
all
shit,
right.
man. Like, tell us how it goes. All right, man. Appreciate the call, though, y'all. All right.
All right.
I'm telling y'all, man. Like, don't call, ask for relationship. I'm telling everybody, break up with everybody. I'm breaking up good relationships. I'm telling people to commit long term to the bad relationships. So. Look, don't come to me for advice. I'm fucking everything up. Nah, man. But here's the thing, man. We gotta come up with a rating system for the confessions, man. We gotta come up with I don't know if it's gotta be a scale, maybe like a 1 through 5, 1 through 10 type scale. No, maybe 10 might be too much. Like maybe like 1 through 5. 1 for being, not that major. Maybe 5 for being like terrible, something like that. And then you got to figure out, that way the folks who are listening in can add their input to how bad they think it is. The 5-star confession, yeah, that's some shit that just knock your fucking socks off. So that'll be very interesting. 5 stars like GTA. Did it go up to 5 stars? I ain't even remember shit. I don't know. I'll be fucking up. I put the code in anytime that shit get too fucking look these fucking laws on me. I gotta get them off. What's the code? Yeah, 5 stars. You going to jail? You're gonna be like them. Cause they said like now the priests, if they hear like certain confessions that they're supposed to report that shit to the police now. Like shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna switch it up. Don't break up with your girl. She can kick you out of the house. Oh yeah, there you go. That's wise words, man. So that's what we gonna do. That's what we gonna do. I think we gonna come with a 1 through 5 rating system. How many stars do movies? Like 4 stars? That's what they do. The movies only go to 4 stars, huh? Or they do 5 stars too. Restaurants are 5 star. Hotels are 5 star. So we're gonna do it like that. We're gonna do the 5-star situation. And so I'll bring back some of the calls that came in, and we'll talk about them. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
What's up, Honcho? It's A-Beezy.
Hey, Beezy,
I'm trying to. I'll give you a confession, man. It's a drunk confession.
All right.
I was going to my brother's wedding, and I was the best man. So at the time, I was handling everything as far as like making sure the wedding party ate, make sure things was running smoothly. Then throughout that time, throughout the day, I really didn't eat at all. When I was looking for food, they was like, food gone, ain't no more food. So at that point in time, I was like, fuck it, it's a party, we're going to drink. So we started drinking. I had some bottles in my pocket. Had some people that had their own bottles. We started drinking from there. Now, I knew I was getting fucked up because I started to have a dance-off with a 9-year-old. And so, nigga, I'm breakdancing. I'm stripping my clothes out, my tuxedo out. I'm like really going hard with this 9-year-old because she trying, everybody started to do like, crowd around like it's a fight and shit. So they egging her on, and I'm like, this bitch losing. Y'all y'all clapping for her. So I gotta go extra hard, right? So finally, I was like, fuck it, I'll let her have it. She 9. So later on, the night's still going, and they was like, hey, we're gonna have an after party at the bride's sister house. So we go there. Now, mind you, I still haven't eaten. So we had in this particular part of town, it was called Jacksonville, Texas, and I ain't never knew it was a fucking Jacksonville, Texas, but it is, and they don't have fucking liquor in that sound. So the beer and the liquor had to be bought earlier. So we bought like 30 packs of fucking beer, and we had tequila, all this shit, right? Yeah. Now, at this time, I never had Patron ever in my life. So we sitting at the domino table playing dominoes. They pulled out the bottle of Patron and start passing shit around while we playing. And I'm talking shit, because whoever the fuck I was playing with, me and that nigga was killing everybody. Yeah. We was talking mad shit. So I was like, nobody else needs to sit on the table. And we taking out all fucking competition. So I go out to go use the restroom, because I've been having to piss, because I've been drinking beer all fucking day, and they've been passing this tequila around. No. I see this big bitch, and I don't know why I said anything to her, but I said, damn, you got a big ass. And I could tell she was big, but it didn't matter. I just saw she had a big ass. I like big asses. So I was like, oh, damn, you got a big ass. I go to use the restroom. The fucking restroom is filled. It's a whole bunch of people over there. So I just pissed outside. So she come looking around talking about, so you just gonna put it all out there for everybody to see. And I was like, oh shit, I ain't even know you was right here. So she was like, but I ain't paying no mind. I'm giving that. But I go back to the domino table, right? By the time, we finished this game, she ain't came back from wherever she left to and came back to. This bitch ain't changed clothes. So my cousin, I'm talking to my cousin. I'm like, hey man, we need y'all got some food? I'm fucking hungry. I ain't eat shit. I'm fucking drunk. And he was like, I don't know, man. You should ask old girl. She been talking about you and shit. You need to holler at her. I'm like, what you talking about? I said, that big ass fucking bony bitch looking ass bitch. No, hell no. I ain't fucking with her. I said, and don't let me fuck with her. I'm drunk, so please make sure I don't fuck with her. So after we finished playing dominoes, I go back outside. Old girl grabbed me by my arm like she was a big bitch, so she had some strength on her and shit. You know how them big bitches is. So she grabbed me and like pulled me. She's like, hey, let me talk to you. I'm like, all right, what's up? She was like, and I was like, hold on, let me use the restroom real quick. And I just pissed again right there, right? So she said, you like taking piss like in the middle of the fucking yard. I was like, I'm drunk, bitch. I don't know what I'm doing right now. So she says, well, you can go to my house, because everybody's packed in this house. It don't look like you're going to have nowhere to sleep here tonight. So you should come over with me. And I'm like, yeah, no, I think I'm going to be all right. But she was like, oh, yeah, you go, because I was about to fall, so I stumbled. And I, like, fall into her, right? So now, have you ever tried to hug somebody or try to grab somebody and you can't put your arms all the way around them? That's how big she was, right? Mm. So I realized this, and I was like, look, my cousin laughing at me because he know I'm a clown, but he said, hey, man, don't be trying to put your titties all up, put your face in the titties all in front of these kids and shit. I was like, look, man, it ain't like that over here. And so I was like, look, for one, I want to put it like this. I really can't remember this chick's face, but I do remember it was at a point where I knew I should never ever slide inside this chick ever. I knew this, so I made it a point to try to avoid her. But by the time I'm sitting here talking to her fucked up, I really don't even know what my conversation was going. So I tried to put my hand on next to my car, and I tried to put my elbow on the car, and I missed it. I missed the whole fucking car. As I was falling, and I know you've been drunk before, shit started going in slow motion. I just remember me saying, damn, I'm falling. I passed the fuck out. I think my brain said, listen, man, you are in a position of danger. We're going to shut you down for the night. It's over with. So I wake up on the couch fucking with some fucking blanket on me at the still house. I wasn't in her house. I'm glad. But they laughed at me. They told me the end of the story. They was like, hey, man, last night, all we saw was you fucking talking to that chick, and all of a sudden, all we see is like a fucking dust of smoke from the dirt. Your ass just passed the fuck out in the dirt. I was like, what? He's like, yeah. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, well, I'm glad I didn't, because I don't know what the fuck was happening that night, and I don't know what happened, because that's why I don't fuck with tequila this day. Yeah. To this day. Oh. So that's my confession. I almost fucked a big ass purple gorilla looking bitch.
God damn. Hey, Beezy, man. That's going to be a tough one to top, man. That shit right there was funny to the bitch, man. Well, I'm glad that you didn't get date raped. I'm glad that you survived unscathed for the most part, you know, that you found comfort on the couch. That shit was funny than a bitch, man.
All right, man. I'm going to go and get off the line, man. Appreciate it.
Nah, already, man. Appreciate the call, AB. All right. Man, that's a tough one to top, because y'all got to like not just focus on the end of the call, all right? The end of the call was funny. I'm falling. But the dance off with the 9-year-old, and at first when he talked about the dance off with the 9-year-old, I thought it was like a 9-year-old little boy or something, you know what I'm saying? He's like, it's a little girl, and this bitch loves it. God damn, man. Oh, shit. Oh, my God, though. That shit was fun. That fucking story was hilarious. Man, that's going to be a tough one to top. What'd you say? You giving that one a 4-star, my town? I need to know what y'all feeling, man. What y'all feeling on that one? We got a 4-star rate, a 5-star rating system. All right. Yeah, I'm clapping for this bitch, Lou. That shit was fucking as funny as shit. 5-star rating system. I need to know. I need to know. 1 star being the worst, 5 stars being the best, man. I need to know how y'all feeling about that one, man. You hear that story before? Whew. Yeah, you give it a 4. Okay. 4 stars. Okay. Man, look. That shit was funny as fuck to me, man. Look. You know, ain't nothing wrong with the big girls, you know. Just make sure that's what you honestly want to do. If it ain't what you want to do, don't let the liquor talk you into something. I'm falling. Don't let the liquor talk you into some shit that you don't want to be in, and that you will vehemently regret, man. So that shit was funny, man. I gotta go with the 4 stars, dog. Y'all clapping for this. Y'all clapping for this bitch losing. That shit sealed. That was the cake right there, man. So, you know. I can't fuck with y'all in the DM, man. Y'all motherfuckers too wild. Y'all motherfuckers, that's why I fucks with y'all. That shit was funny than a bitch, man. Good grief. Really, what's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hey, it's your boy Josh again, man.
Already, Josh. What's the motherfucking deal? What kind of confession you want to drop to the den tonight, Josh?
All right, man. But before I get mine, man, I'm gonna listen to some of y'all and some of y'all confessions, man. if it wasn't for like some of these freshmen, like if it wasn't for the media being right now, like you know that meme where it said electric chair with that lady and that gavel.
I don't think I'm familiar with that one.
You ever seen that? Oh damn.
No, I don't think I've seen that one.
Damn, man, it's not even funny. Like just look it up, like because she just says electric chair and she just slammed some shit. So that shit funny. Anyway, but to my confession, I know this is kind of weak ass shit, but it was in middle school and it's like I actually got two of them. Apparently, you know, I know, like, you know, the slave talk, like, you know, the slogan talk about, oh, dude, you used to love the ladies. Well, a nigga used to get punked by them, too. Because one time, I think I was just walking into school, and then a girl just, like, slap-shot me for no goddamn reason. I don't even know the bitch, nothing, just slapped my ass. And then I was just in shock. I couldn't do shit because I was just like, well, a teacher right there, I'm like, well, like, I've been taught not to beat a bitch up because, you know, if I'd have done that, nigga wouldn't be here right now, doing what he doing right now. So it is what it is. And then another one, I guess, a teacher gone, and all of a sudden, like, they had this girl that was two times bigger than me. How crazy that shit sounds. She was punching the shit out of me and shit. And then all of a sudden, it was just like I don't know, like a nigga probably shared a tear or some shit because the dude was kind of, you know, not that shit actually hurt or some shit. Because the dude didn't have a strong back, the dude didn't work out, and then a nigga was just 7th grade. And then another.
You gotta hit them weights early, man. You gotta start hitting them weights in junior high, man. But go ahead.
I know, man. It was just the 7th grade. I was too young. I could see if it was like 9th or 12th or some shit. Then we have a problem. But it was 7th, so I was just like, damn. And then so same day, then like a dude went home. Then I got tested again. I'm like, God damn. Like, so damn, like, then I was mad the whole day because I was just like, damn, can't beat none of these bitches because if I do that shit, you know, it might not end well for somebody. So me, I ended up, you know, that's why I ended up, you know, working out like over the years and stuff like that. So that was just some of our confessions, man, because I know it's some weak, and I know in some cases almost embarrassing talking about, man, was getting bitched by girls and shit, but it was a long time ago, and it is what it is.
Okay. Well, that's a bet, Josh, man. I appreciate that call. It makes me recall a story. I might share it. I might not. I got to think about it. But I appreciate you calling in and sharing that confession, man.
You might as well share it, man. Like, hey, you open this up, man. If I can say mine, you better say yours on here. Yeah, somebody gonna call you out.
I started off with a confession. I might have to, you know, jot some of these down for future weeks. I can't run out of all my confessions. You know, we got to keep this thing going. So we'll see. I'll think about it. I might.
All of them. Goddamn. What have you done? No, all right, man. Like,
evil. No, right, I'm just saying.
Hi. All
right, that's a bit, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie. I had a similar situation or something like that. Hey, look, I ain't even gonna get into it right now. We gonna save that one. That's all I'm saying. But we gonna save that one. Man up, what's the motherfucking deal, man? Always good to see you. Oh man, I'm telling you. Oh my goodness, man! I thought I did follow you on IG. You probably switched your. You didn't change your shit up. I was following you on IG at one point in time, baby. I used to follow people on my Ed Honcho, on my Den show, or the other one I don't. But the ones that are for like the channels I don't. But I follow people on my my main Instagram. So if you want me to follow you, want me to show you some love, man, just follow or send a message to @Ed Honcho HTX on Instagram or Twitter. Those are my more personal accounts, and I'll follow you back. I'll follow back. I'm gonna follow everybody else. Must have forgot about you, but like, yeah, you ain't been being consistent, so I forgot to follow you back. That's how it is. I followed everybody else, so I don't know. I must have forgot about you. But like I say, just send a message to Ed Honcho, EDHONCHO HTX on Instagram or Twitter, and I will follow you. I show love. Look, y'all show me love. I show love back. I don't know. I have to go back and check. Let me see. You probably, like I said, you probably switched names, or you probably said something crazy. I had to block you. Maybe I thought you were Dominique or something. I don't know. Interesting. So Josh was getting attacked by big girls. Why y'all? What's so wrong with big girls? Why y'all throwing all the big girls under the bus? I know somebody got some big girl stories that ended up a little bit differently than some of these, and I'm waiting to see who's gonna be on. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Let me check my notes here. Why haven't any ladies? I know y'all ain't angels, y'all. I see a lot of ladies in the chat, but I haven't seen any call in. So I wonder what is going on. Why aren't the ladies sharing any of these confessions? Look, trust me, I've been around women long enough to know y'all do more dirt than a little bit. Y'all got some motherfucking stories, y'all just don't want to share them because y'all think somebody gonna look at y'all different. Look, I already look at y'all bad. I love y'all, but I still look at y'all bad as it is. So, y'all look, I need to know what's going down. You look, I know y'all got something to share. Y'all, they over here. Stole a police helmet in Houston. I'm calling the police right now and get that IP. You know what I'm saying? So I did it to the cemetery closet got full 20 years ago. Hey man, look, that's what I say. Look, it's enough shit. Like I said, it's just about how specific I decide to be because I've noticed, you know, some people, some older folks who I associated with, have been lurking around the den. And y'all know me, I really don't give a shit. So I'm deciding which stories I do and don't tell. See, I gotta wait till the den gets some numbers so I can really share some real good stories. Because then I don't want to have to be repeating a bunch of shit. And shit depend on like some shit that I end up remembering. Let me see what you're talking about. You're right. Okay, you're right. I ain't following. All right, there. Bow. Okay, I'm following you now. All right, you're being followed. What the fuck is this? Fortune cookies. You know what I'm saying? The fucking paper footballs and shit. The little fucking shit you shoot with the rubber band. The bell. There you go. All right. Even the helmet on the handlebar of your motorcycle. So, some very interesting confessions so far. Like I say, I'm waiting to see who's going to be the boldest lady this evening. Like I say, T'Challa definitely won that award last week. Excuse me. Who was going to be brave enough to step out into the den and confess her sins? So a confession I had as a BBW snow bunny that was controlling his foot. So I passed it to my bro and his dumb ass had a baby by it. Oh man. Oh yeah, don't do that. Don't. I'm gonna be honest. If she's too controlling, you don't want to get in that situation. It's gonna be tough for you for the rest of your life. If you have a kid. So I haven't watched any of I'm not watching any of the award shows. The only thing I saw, because I saw somebody tweeting it out, was that dude in the fucking tuxedo dress. And it's like, boy, y'all there for that shit, huh? Like, 'cause I ain't fucking with that shit. That shit is terrible. super BBW. Yeah, as soon as she touched down, whoop, 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 they're gonna pick up Heidi. They want the helmet. 2 Nigerians that snitched on you, and they're gonna give up all your info. Let's see what y'all talking about. What the hell you talking about? Oh, nah. That boy said soft, slippery. I don't know if it's soft. Might be slippery. Well, yeah, y'all gonna stop. Hey, man, hold on, chill, man. Hold on. Y'all gonna stop going hard on the big girls. You know the den was built on the big girl. BBWs and robo-hoes were a staple of the den, and now y'all trying to act all brand new like y'all don't know. Well, some of y'all don't. Some of y'all weren't here for all that, man. Look. Look, y'all gonna stop undermining the foundation of the situation. What the fuck is that shit still on? But excuse me. Let me think. Let me see if I can keep this party going. What story do I want to share? Like I say, you know, it's some off the wall shit that I've done, and like I say, trying to avoid throwing too many people under the bus. It was something else somebody mentioned that Balin, that's pretty fucking suspect, right? You say, there's something I don't understand. Ladies complain that they can't voice their opinions, but they have one and don't want to use it. You say, ladies, call in, voice your opinion. Yeah, I'm waiting. That's what I'm trying to see. Look, and the funny thing is, once I mentioned that, you see, all the ladies got quiet. Ain't nobody there. Stop talking. They ain't even put no message out there. I'm gonna act like I ain't here, even though I see what's going on. I'm gonna act like I ain't even in the group no more. It's all right, man. You can call in. We're not gonna judge you. Well, I'm not gonna judge you. I can't validate what everybody else is gonna do. So let me think, man. What can I confess to? Like I say, I want to save some of that other stuff for some of the other situations. You know, at least have something to start a foundation on for next week. I'm trying to think of a smaller thing that I could discuss. Broke to bed in that damn room. He said last show was probably majority women call. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm trying to find out. You know, they was calling in then, but now I got it. I understand. I know what's going on. I'm not even going to fault the ladies. I figured it out. They're all watching the Oscars. They're all eating the cookies. Where the cookies and shit? Him downstairs. Oh, about the bitch almost beat up at the party. Man, but the thing is, okay, well, I mean, we'll talk about that. Because like I say, you know, she is the cuckoo, you know, but there's no ill will towards her. She just was getting out of line. So we had like some little festivities because back in the Gap, like I said, a lot of y'all, okay, like I say, y'all have been around, have been familiar. Like I said, I cut ties with a lot of my past after a lot of things happened. And one of the things that I used to do is I used to have a Facebook group. I'm sure it still exists, but I don't even know if it's still live. Like I said, I don't even use that Facebook account anymore or anything like that it was connected to. And we used to get in that bitch. We used to talk real crazy, and you know, it was a good collection of people. And then what happened was we started having like a little meet and greet, started having little parties and shit. Yeah, you already know. The barbecue. Man, it's a couple of stories that we could tell from that one, man. It's a few stories and some with pictures. One time that bitch attacked me one time. I got jumped by two hoes. I had to get vicious. Some very interesting things from that evening. But oh man, them nights that man from the meet and greets that group had. Oh man, they were some epic events, man. What's the motherfucking deal, Jay Dizzle? Already. Now, not the barbecue. I want to say that when they had this was from the kids' party when you know who got mad because she got wet. So, Sean Brooks, what's the motherfucking deal? Welcome you to newest friend of the den, denizen, degenerate. So what had happened was we had like there was a party for the kids. You know, everybody could bring their kids and stuff like that. And the adults, you know, we were smoking and we had a barbecue. Oh no, it was the barbecue. That was a competition between Shaq and Kush. And old buddy, yeah, so that shit was funny. That shit was the barbecue. That was the big barbecue because every time that we would have barbecue, Shaq Kush would barbecue. So I'm always thinking about that. But yeah, the barbecue, the competition, if you will. And so we had like a little barbecue competition, and we told, you know, hey, you know, if you come through here, you're having the kids party, you're gonna get wet, we're gonna be hitting people with water balloons, all that other good shenanigans. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, she came with her girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever you call it. It was a stud. And that motherfucker was being all antisocial, sitting in the car and shit. Anyway, so motherfuckers came up there, they hovering around the barbecue pits and shit. And so, you know, I equipped myself, hit the Y button, equipped myself with the fucking water balloons, and motherfuckers was slipping. I blasted that motherfucking ass. What's the motherfucking deal, Sean? 6-star for me next time. All right, I'm gonna be waiting on it. I will be expecting it next Sunday. Y'all heard Asia say it. We're expecting a 6-star story. So if you ain't got one, you might have to get on some shenanigans this week. Already, man up. I appreciate you coming through, man. Excuse me, I'm off. I phlegm and shit. So I hit her with the motherfucking water balloon, and she went into a lesbian rage. And she started trying to attack me. She was trying to hit me. I was in that bitch like the Matrix, ducking that shit, weaving that shit, And so it only made her more angry. You feel me? Yeah, that's what I used to do. I try to come hit the meet and greets, try to get all full of food and drunk and shit, and then go off and do some other shenanigans. But maybe go get to some of them other stories because I'm be saying too much. But too much. So. Because it was almost some post game shows, but so she got to motherfucking me getting angrier. So she calmed down. She went and stored her rage up. She was in the corner by the car mad because her clothes was wet. I don't know if they supposed to go to the club or whatever. We told her not to get all fancy if you come here because we're gonna splash your ass. So she went to the car. She got her little Super Saiyan on. She was in the corner powering up on the low. I wasn't even paying no attention. The bitch tried to come back and attack me again. You know what I'm saying? She tried to fucking attack me again. And, I wasn't on my toes, if you will. She called me kind of, slipping. But it wasn't like she hit me in the face, though. But she hit me in the chest and kind of hit me on the arm a couple of times. And, I realized I caught her. And it was like, okay, after that little incident earlier, this is no longer entertaining. So I just kind of had to, regulate the situation a little bit. I was like, look, bitch, if you don't stop with this bullshit, okay, at first it was funny. You knew what the fuck it was. You fucking hit me again, I'm gonna knock your ass smooth the fuck out. And I'm not fucking playing with you. I'll knock your motherfucking stud out too if she got a problem with the shit. And just let her go. I think she realized the gravity of the situation. And she chilled. She got mad. She hopped in the car. I think she ended up changing. I don't know if she left and changed and came back or what. But she got back cool and all that. We were still cool after that. Wasn't no beef. It was just like, hey, you fucking out of line. You know what I'm saying? You got you knew what it was before you got here. And but the funny thing is to me is you go fucking with motherfuckers that look like dudes, but in reality they can't do nothing to help you because motherfuckers sitting here not fucking doing nothing. Like if you was in a dangerous situation, if I was a different type of nigga, I'm cool, man. I'm not about no, but it's only so much shit I'm gonna take, and I'm gonna give you a fair warning because once we cross this threshold, you got to deal with everything that comes with that. And so, cause like I say, she was me and Baker man helped her move, helped her do all kind of it wasn't no things and this was after the fact, so it wasn't no beef. It was just she was just kind of cuckoo sometimes, and she let the emotions get the best of her. So I had to kind of just, bring her back to reality, snap back to reality. Oops, they go rapid. But she was just a little out of reality, out of touch. And I had to bring her back in, you know what I'm saying? And it's she kind of realized what was going on. Like I said, I can understand you being mad. You had your chance to vent initially. You were unsuccessful with your attacks. And then, you trying to do this old sneak attack shit. You better calm the fuck down. Look, it was funny at first, but now this shit is no longer amusing, you know what I mean? And so... But again, like I say, you go get with a motherfucker who look like a whole dude and all this other shit. But in reality, if I was a different kind of person, what the fuck was she gonna do to help you out, man? You know what I'm saying? And that's the kind of shit I be thinking about. It's just if you gonna get a motherfucker, you better get somebody who's willing to who gonna go to war with you. You know what I'm saying? But man, that was a few years back. But they was probably shoulder length. But my thing is just that there's a limit, man. And I'm not about going, like I said, I'm not trying to just hit bitches with tiger uppercuts and but I have a limit just like any other man. You know what I'm saying? Just hold on, man. You got to pump the brakes. Chill the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else here having fun. And you get mad at look, a bunch of other people got splashed that didn't want to get splashed. Everybody got hit. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple of times. So it was just like, look, all that other shit, I'm just not with that shit. And so again, everybody has a limit. So, it's just that. Do I get paid on YouTube? This channel just started getting monetized. The sauce is monetized, but it's not that much. It really ain't ultimately that much. I probably spend more YouTubing between the shit that I pay for and bills and, renting out the garage and doing all that shit that I make on YouTube. Or might just break evenish. You know what I'm saying? So, but yes, I do get paid being on YouTube by YouTube, I guess, when they don't fucking demonetize everything. But it ain't like I'm not living lavish off no YouTube money. This is more enjoyment than anything. But not the end game, but a goal is to eventually make it successful enough to kind of be able to commit more to it. I think it would be dope to be a real live late night show. I'm not saying that it ain't, because we talk late, we do all our shit. But I had a vision the other day, because I've had a vision for Sauce Sports for like a long time, of the end game for Sauce Sports. But I was just thinking about some shit, and I'm like, man, I had an idea of something that could make it really live, or before it gets to that next level, before Sauce Sports gets to where I would like it to get to. But then I started thinking about the den, because in reality, let's be, sometimes I like to have these honest talks with y'all. Sauce Sports has a limit, okay? Just because of Houston, how Houston fans are, and with sports and things like that. Sauce Sports has a limit. Now it could peak, and then the growth will be slow. The den, I don't think the den has a limit, because it touches everybody from, well, I don't touch anybody, pause, but it reaches out to people all over the nation, even people in other countries. And so I think that there's not that limit that it has. And so, man, I appreciate that, Michael. And so, yeah, the sauce. I have a sports channel called Sauce Sports, but it's all Houston sports. I think that's what this shit right here, Sauce Sports. And that's where I started out, and then the den kind of, came off of that. But I just have this idea, because there's just certain things that I look at. I look at YouTube channel, I look at national media, I look at things, and I'm like, man, there are things that no one is doing, and I'm surprised no one has ever thought of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, the den touch me. Don't tell anybody that. They'll be watching me like R. Kelly. They'll be outside the garage. What's going on? This is where he's recording. Let's go get him. And so, like I said, I was just thinking of it actually while I was getting my hair done the other day, and I was just sitting there thinking, I was like, man, this would be a dope ass idea for Sauce Sports. But I'm like, man, that shit would work for the den, and actually would be even better. So, like I said, I've been saying that my goal this year is to move, eventually hustle up out the garage, because the garage, the sound and some other things in here is just, it's cool. I'm not complaining about it, because it's good to have a dedicated location to operate, but probably gonna be moving sometime this summer, and just depending on where we eventually decide to move, and how things pan out. We've got some things in the works. We've had some discussions about some stuff, and depending on where we actually decide to move, then I'll kind of be trying to decide on where to operate from. You know what I'm saying? So it'll be very interesting to see. He said, they would give it an award. Yeah, I figured Black Panther would win some awards too. That the reason they nominated and gave it some stuff, and then, they Hollywood has to show that they're cohesive. It is what it is. He said, my Supreme looks be having the stud dice refused. They be hating. Listen to this. Man, who was it? Who was we talking about sneak dicking when they be out there sneak dicking? Very interesting You can't retract the message. It's already recorded. All right, D-Love. Appreciate you following through. But like I say, the idea, I can't tell y'all the idea because somebody might try to run up and steal it, because there are, there's motherfuckers that still, like we talked about when I was arguing with, oh my God, I'm still fucking arguing with Kenneth last night about that Drake shit. But motherfuckers who are in position steal ideas from people who aren't in position all the time. You'll be surprised at who's watching, who's listening. I'm not saying somebody's major is watching or listening to me, but it could be somebody out there who may have some excess funds or have some excess connections and say, oh, okay, well, man, I heard this dude say this, and this, man, and we could go ahead and do this right now and, make it something live. So that's why I say certain things. I put a lot of shit out there, but when it really comes to the fine details of certain plans that I have, I don't say too much, because I'd be very upset if I wasn't able to execute the way I want to. But depending on where we move in town, like, because we're probably gonna move to the opposite side of town, most likely, either across town, or we were talking about maybe fucking off downtown for a year just to see how it is. But most likely to the other side of town. And so, I was just on the north side where I get my hair done at. But, I'll fucking, Kirkendall, motherfucker be Kirkendall. The end game, making a video game console. No, not at all. The end game is bringing the people something, a form of entertainment that I don't feel exists right now. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm at. So, rent out Arian Foster studio. I wish. I can't afford it. I'm broke. Got bills to pay. That's why, shit. I gotta grow. I gotta grow so I can afford it. You say avoid down too much traffic, and that's my thing. Though I did think it's just like, it's a lot of traffic. I don't want to deal with that shit, but just to see what's what. But again, like I say, it was just an idea we threw out there. Yeah, Arian Foster that nigga got bars. So, but like I say, most likely gonna end up on the west side somewhere. You're talking, maybe Katy, maybe Richmond, or a couple other places we talked, but those have been the two biggest conversations. So that we'll see what happens with that. But these are my confessions. But again, so figuring out wherever we end up, then that's going to be where I'm going to be focused on, trying to get a physical location for the den / Soft Sports, and then try to go from there. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't never heard that Damian Lillard shit. Richmond. I got some family out in Richmond. So like I say, I gotta see. Like I say, just decisions, and just see how things develop, how things grow, man. Ultimately, we'll see. We'll find out in a couple of months where, depending if things fall in the right way. But like I say, the end game is to bring a form of entertainment to people that I don't think somebody might be doing it, but I've yet to see it. So we'll see how it all pans out. Brian got all low key porno game. So look, y'all out of confessions. Look, don't nobody want to tell their tales. I see everybody over there watching the Oscars and shit. What's been going on in the world? Let's talk about what's shaking since y'all. Y'all heard that shit with Ja Rule put a curse on the Bucks. Ja Rule think he's fucking Lil B now, trying to put a curse on the Bucks. Because I guess they booed him, or his concert was like trash, a little halftime show or whatever. Like nobody was entertained. It's a Bucks game. They probably weren't even entertained by the Bucks anyway. So fuck the Bucks. All right, what's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
damn deal, Honcho? This J Dizzle.
Professor Dizzle, what's the motherfucking deal, man? What you want to drop in the den tonight, man?
Oh, man. Confessions, right?
Yeah.
This some shit I never told nobody, bro. Nobody.
All right.
I never told. When it comes to relationships, I'm a good nigga. You know what I'm saying? Faithful type dude. I don't step out, don't do no shit like that. One of my exes. Alright, it's just backstory. We were high school sweethearts.
Okay.
Alright. And so the first incident, I was about 19. And we the same age. And she had a younger sister, a couple of years younger than her. Alright, so I went over to their house, you know what I'm saying, with her parents and shit there. We in the living room watching TV and shit. So, you know, you sitting up there, you ain't paying shit no mind.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, I just see an ass walk right past in front of me. So, I mean, come on, Honcho, you know we men, right?
Yeah, I already know.
So she had on these little shorts with the ass cheeks hanging out the bottom. So, you know, when you actually see flesh, the eyes is going to follow. But I'm not a stupid nigga. I don't turn my head. I don't react. My eyes just follow.
Mm-hmm.
And then once she pans out of view, my eyes go right back to the TV. So I'm just sitting up. So in my mind, I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? I don't know how to feel at this point. And you know how, like, you feel like you being watched?
Yeah.
The fucking left side of the back of my head just started getting hot, bro. And, you know, I know what's going on, but I'm not going to react to it. I'm trying to just pretend that nothing happened.
Yeah.
Right? So without turning around, saying a word or nothing, I know my girl know I looked, because she know me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, not my girl, my ex. I know she know I looked, but I didn't react. So she proceeds to get up.
Yeah.
And I guess she went to her sister's room or whatever, and they started going at it, like arguing and shit. Then the mama got in it. Then the daddy came in and settled it and shit. It was just kind of like this whole shit.
Yeah.
So she came back out and she was like, my parents think it's time for you to leave. I said, okay, cool. So, you know, I did. Well, fast forward probably about a year after that, my girl, well, at the time, she called me. I'm at work. And she said, hey, what you doing for lunch? And I say, shit, I don't know. And I was thinking, she said, well, I do. And I was like, say what? And then she was like, I know what you doing for lunch. And I'm like, word? She said, uh-huh. All right, cool. So I hung up. So I knew what that meant.
Yeah.
So I drive back to PA, because I was working in Beaumont. Drive back to PA to her mama house. So I'm like, shit, I guess the mama and them and shit ain't home. But her father had passed by this point.
Okay.
So she let me in the house. Who there sitting right there in the den? Her little sister. So I'm like, okay, what the fuck? And then she was like, come on. So she lead me to her room. So the whole time I'm feeling mad uncomfortable. I'm like, bruh, your sister, this room is right next, like this wall is the only thing separating us from your little sister. Like, what? She didn't care. She wasn't trying to hear that shit. She had something on her mind. So I was just like kind of conflicted about it. But you know, feminine wiles and all, I gave in.
Yeah.
So anyway, after the session, of course I was late for work, going back to work. I ain't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So I goes to come around the corner to walk out the front door. Her sister is standing in the corner where the door at, scared the fuck out of me, bro. Because I literally forgot about the, you know what I'm saying? Once you get into it, all other shit you tune out. I literally forgot her sister was home. So I'm like, oh, shit. And then she was like, you leaving? And I'm like, bitch, I'm walking toward the door. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm leaving. So her sister gives me the most awkward type hug type shit. You know, I like when a motherfucker hug you too long. So I'm like, bruh. And so she kissed me on my cheek. And so I kind of just looked at her, and she had this look in her eyes, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to check y'all later. And so I just kind of dip out the door. So I get to the car, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? So now I'm like, this little bitch is trying to do some shit. I'm like, so I'm thinking, is this a setup type shit? Is like they testing me? So I'm just like, you know, fuck it, whatever. I don't think about it. So eventually, me and my girl break up, and about a week after that, I get a phone call. Now, the only thing about this, and I guess part of the other backstory, is when we was together and I would call their house, sometimes when my girl wasn't available, when she wasn't home, her little sister would answer the phone because they had a separate phone line than the main phone in the house. So me and her sister would talk, you know, but it wasn't like that. You know, we would just conversate, you know what I'm saying? Because I was a silly nigga, you know, I made everybody laugh, you know, whatever. So I guess I don't know how to, like, I started putting two to two together, like, is she trying to fuck with me on the side, knowing I'm fucking, so whatever. So I was just like, nah, hell nah. I don't think the shit like that happens, especially, and if it does happen, it don't happen to me. So eventually me and my girl break up. And probably about a week after that, I get a phone call. It's her little sister. And then she was like, hey, are you busy? And I'm like, no, I'm chilling. This is like the weekend. And she was like, I got a flat. And I tried calling my mom and them, but ain't nobody answering the phone. And I was like, you know me, being chivalrous and shit, I go and help her. So when I help her, I don't know how this shit worked out, but she came back to my crib. And what I found out, what she told me, was she was leaving to go to college. All right, but she was leaving a week earlier than what she was really had to be there. So she set this shit up to where she let the air out of her tire so I could come help her. So when I brought her to the crib, you already know what happened. Well, at this point, me and her sister not together. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I knocked her down for about a week. Stayed at my crib. I took vacation, nigga. I took vacation and fucked her sister for about a week straight. And so she, after the week was over, she went on back to school. So me, I'm kind of feeling conflicted, but then I'm not. I'm like, you know, because technically we not together. So I mean, shit, it is what it is. And it ain't like me and her sister getting in a relationship and nothing. We was just fucking. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So she go off to college. Well, a couple of months later, something happened to their mama, and she gets sick. I never really did find out what was wrong with her mama. Now that I think about it, I never really found out. So she called me and told me about it, and I'm like, well, okay. So me being me, and I liked the shit out of their mama. The mama was real cool. You know what I'm saying? So me being chivalrous, nice guy, I bring flowers up to the hospital. Yeah. You know, just to go see her mama, because her mama was always cool people. And the breakup wasn't, you know what I'm saying, bad. It was just an amicable decision. Yeah. So I bring, you know, flowers up there, and my ex-girl is there. So when she see me with the flowers, what you think the first thing she do? She come up to me, start hugging me and crying on my shoulder. Now, her sister there too, but her sister just, hey, she playing her position. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And nothing being said, you know, nothing like that. So the little sister ended up leaving. And my ex is sitting up there, you know, she was struggling with it. Because she was thinking that it was something more serious, you know, because she was going to nursing school and all this shit. She thinking it's cancer and some shit, and eventually that's what it ended up turning out to be. So, you know, she all distraught. And so her mama asked her, she say, look, she been here for, you know, a couple of days. I need you to bring her home. Yeah. So I'm like, cool. So I put her in my car, and then I bring her to the crib. So I guess you already know what happened from there. She feeling some type of way. She all in her feelings, so then she just starts, you know what I'm saying, kissing on the nigga and shit. And I'm thinking, you know, my intelligence is like, nigga, this is kind of fucked up, but me and her little sister not together neither. So I'm like, fuck it. So I knock her down. So I end up knocking her down I knock her down. Then. So I leave their house, and I drive to my crib. Her sister's car is parked next to my parking spot. So I get out, she get out. She come up to me and just start crying on my shoulder, and I'm like, nigga. So my first instinct would be like, look, just to tell her what happened. But at the same time, she's so distraught and shit because, you know, they got the diagnosis or whatever. So I'm like, fuck it. I just bring her in the crib. And let's just say what she wanted earlier, me and her sister was together, she ended up getting. So I go straight out of one sister and straight into another one. So now I'm feeling kind of fucked up about it. But at the same time, I'm not in a relationship with nobody. Exactly. So the little sister ended up leaving, going back off to the school where she was, and I knocked off my ex for a few days before she went back. So technically, I was sleeping with two sisters at the same time.
I see nothing wrong with this story. I feel like it's validated and certified as long as the technicalities were never crossed, as long as the lines of commitment stayed intact when they were intact, and when there was no verbal commitment, no contracts in order. You know, everything is fair game. You know.
Yeah, true that, but it was the fact that I had just finished fucking the older sister.
Man,
I ain't even come home and take a shower yet, bro.
You know, it's the pheromones, you know, and all that good shit.
So, and I can honestly say, let's just say she could taste what her sister was talking about.
A family affair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, that's tough, man. You got to keep it in the family sometimes, man. Shit. You know, it is what it is.
I don't know if I could ever do that shit again. And like to this day, I feel guilty about it.
Man.
But the logic side is saying what you saying.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying, the gentlemanly side is just like, damn, nigga, that's low key some foul shit what you did. But then the other side was like, look, they knew what they wanted. They came at you. You know what I'm saying? So I've been kind of going back and forth.
Man, I think it's kosher because you look, nobody asked no questions. You didn't have to lie to anybody. You know what I mean?
No.
So nothing was violated. As long as, you know, you kept it 100 and everybody got what they wanted out the situation. I don't see any problem.
But you know how some people, they say, truth by omission is still a lie?
Yeah.
So the fact that I didn't say anything, and of course I could have said something.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just like other shit seemed to be more important at the time, and I ain't want to just kind of add some shit to the whole situation, you know?
Yeah.
They were scared for their moms and shit. I was just like, damn, like, this is a fucked up time to say some shit like this. And I've always been known to keep it 100, be brutally honest. But even at that point, I was just like, I kind of didn't have it in my heart to say nothing.
But my thing is the little sister, because of her situation and the whole ordeal, even from prior to when you were committed to the older sister, she was already willing for the leftovers of her older sister anyway. So, you know, I don't want to necessarily say that you owed her that explanation, because she already was fiending for that while you were still with her, apparently. You know what I'm saying? So she was okay with being in that position. I don't even think she was really tripping. Now, I only think maybe because it was immediately after. I guess you could work on that technicality. But shit, she was hugged up, or she tried to hug up on you, kiss up on you immediately after the lunch break session. So obviously, she wasn't too offended by that type of action.
Yeah, and I just didn't think that shit like that would happen to me. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like, I'm reading too much into the shit. I'm tripping. Well, eventually, it came out, and she straight up told me. She said, "Yep." She said, "I liked you from the first time she brought you home." Word. She said, "I knew I was a little bit young at the time because she was 17, we was 19. So you know how that goes, the law and all that old shit. But yeah, I didn't think about her like that. You know, like she the little sister. You know, I didn't look at her like that till she walked in front of the TV. that's what I'm just like.
But here's the deal, though. That was a calculated move, though. She orchestrated the whole situation.
And I asked her about it, and then she was like, "I just wanted to see how you was gonna react."
Okay, look, women be plotting and scheming,
bruh. And like they sisters,
yeah,
what kind of shit is that?
Yeah.
And as mad as my ex was at the time, like she flipped the fuck out.
Yeah.
She wasn't mad at me per se, but you knew she was a little mad at me because I looked. But at the same time, I didn't say shit. I didn't turn my head. So she had no proof that I looked.
Yeah, exactly.
But she knew I fucking looked.
Yeah.
Because you can't just be watching TV and then some ass cheeks just walk in front of you.
What TV? what TV? TV off, and the ass walk by, the TV gone. That shit ain't even in the peripheral. Some ass walk by, you all your sensory focal points is in one direction. But yeah, you played it right though. See, unless a nigga would have fucked up, because all it would have took was just a slight turn of the head, just a adjustment, or even a fake eye rub or whatever, and it would have been chaos for you. You know what I'm saying? But nigga, you played it right.
Nigga, I was stoic. I was a fucking gargoyle, nigga. I didn't move shit because I knew what was gonna happen if I would have turned my head.
Man, what? It'd have been hell on earth. World War 3, 4, 5, whatever it would have been. That shit is, but see, that's what it is though, and that's why I say, women don't be knowing what's up. They be trying to, keep the secrets in house. But that's why she went directly at the sister, because the sister made a calculated move, and she knew it was a calculated move, and so that's what started that whole situation. But yeah, man, hey, I'm glad you shared that story with us. I think that was very, very interesting. And shout out to Professor Denline.
That's my confession for the night.
No, really.
Let somebody else call in.
All right, man. Appreciate the call there, Jay Dizzle.
All right, man.
All right. Man. Keisha talking about be right back. Oh, I hope Keisha ain't got a sister. She's finna go get Keisha finna go call her sister up and get on her ass. Remember that time back in high school? No, that right there, that's a fire story, man. Look. Just the whole turn of event, man. Now, I've done some things. I've dealt with friends, best friends, cousins, but never sisters. I don't think. Almost was close, but some exceptional hateration took place and just fucked up the protocol. But I wasn't really tripping on that because that particular broad, like I said, I'd already bagged about. I was trying to hit the whole circle because it was her, both two of her friends, and fucking, well, one of them was supposed to be her best friend, and I was trying to bag the sister too. So I was trying to hit the whole circle. I was a dog. Look. I was roaming around the motherfucking neighborhood. Cousin ain't man. I can't say a mama and a daughter. I mean, this is a different time, but I had the mom daughter almost happened, but there was some old other shit going on, so I wasn't even really in hot pursuit of that situation. But the mama shit happened so offbeat, like, you know, that's why I say, you know, women are predators too. You know what I mean? Like, I'm being realistic. You say, like, a question from early on. Man, that's the whole point of the den, though, man. The den is about conversation. Like, honestly, like when the den started, you know, it was like I say, because I used to smoke. I used to roll up, get lit. And it just used to make me think about having those old smoke sessions where, you know, you just talk about crazy shit. But now the den is more like, it wasn't having been smoking. It's just about having those conversations, whether they're super serious. You know, sometimes you got to have a good time and just kind of, you know, laugh about some shit. And, you know, of course, we have the Sunday night confessions. Now, I think this Sunday night confession I think this one has exceeded last week's. You know, last week had some very interesting when none of the ladies have called in. They still acting scared, you know. And I'll make you a deal, ladies, okay? Damn, what the fuck going on with the Waffle House? That's terrible. You can not only call into the Denline, you can also text the Denline. So if you want to text into the Denline and just put, if you want to leave it anonymous on your message, just type anonymous first, text anonymous first, and you can put your confession out there, and I will read your confession anonymously. If you're too scared to put your name on it, you know, you don't want nobody to put some respect on your name. So I know some of y'all got some stories out there, and I'm waiting to see who gonna, cause yeah, I'm talking about, look, once the confessions start coming out, some of these stories, YouTube off for the night. I'm trying to give him another outlet, man. Take out with your best friend's mom when you was 19. Had a mom dry heat up what the daughter had going on because she ain't getting no play. That's fucked up. That's some whole ass shit. Oh man, yeah, all that multiple times. Multiple times. I've Simply Deep 1985. Back of a car. Yeah, fucking movie theaters. Fucking. I'm trying to just think of some absurd places. Like sometimes when you just do too much, you forget shit. You know. Yeah, a bunch of tomfoolery that I've been on, man. I ain't even finna get into it. I'll be honest, I don't even know how the raffle works. It just you just raffle and gain some pistachios. But yeah, that's some wild stuff, man. This nigga here. Let's see. It's been like my thing is just it's I'm trying to think the most off. Man, look, let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story, right? See, you know, I'm not wilding out like I used to be. You know, I'm happy in my situation, so I don't my relationships and things, so I don't, you know, get into the tomfoolery anymore. But one time when I was younger, like, and this is what I'm saying, you know, you play goofy with me, I'm gonna play the game all the way. It was a chick in high school, and there was a little situation that occurred, and yeah, so I won't say I was deceptive. There's no need to be deceptive about my behaviors, but you know, it went, I'm trying to think, I want to say that was the night of the Tyson fight. Who did he fight that night? I just remember, because I remember leaving from my homeboy house, going to her house for a particular reason, and we had a very interesting experience in the car in front of her house with her parents being home. Because my thing was like, well, you know, we can dip around the way or whatever. No, I can't leave my house. So you finna do this shit right here in the front. Well, okay, I don't give a fuck. It's not my parents. But that whole situation happened, and it was what it was. There were some actions and activities, throughout the occasion. But damn, that's when it was. Damn, word. But let me see. I'm trying to check the date. I'm like, damn, that was the date. My memory bad. But yeah, that's what it is. That's definitely what it was. So that whole situation took place, right? And then anyway, so yada yada, this, that, and the third, fooled around or whatever. But it wasn't like nothing super serious. So she had this friend from out of townish kind of, I guess you could say. And so, she so-called put her friend on or whatever, we wasn't nothing committed or nothing like that. And her friend said she liked me. She was like on that, I don't care, women like to play that role. Girls try to play, it don't mean nothing, whatever. So I end up picking her and her friend up. I had a partner with me, and we ended up going to the park. And basically, I ended up busting her friend up at the park right in front of her while she was in the car with my homeboy. He was trying his damnedest to get some play, but he ain't getting no love. And this was I think I might have talked to her friend on the phone, and then, like I say, we slid by the park. This was late night. It was on some old high school shit. Yes, by the park. And I busted up on like the little, not the monkey bars, but like the little gym shits. And shit, bust her ass up on the fucking thing. Then, after we did the dually, fucking went back to the car. Everything was coached. My potty, he was mad because he couldn't get no play, couldn't get no action. And I was like, I wouldn't even motherfucking be tripping. You know what I'm saying? So, after that situation, it was interesting. All right, Bailey, man, appreciate the story, man. That was a great shit. They clapped for this bitch and she losing. That shit was hilarious. So, there was that type of stuff going on. Then I still ended up busting up, I think, again, or maybe not busting up, but had some type of actions. And some of this stuff carried on into college. And even in college, I ended up running into her friend again. And I shared this story. My partner, he used to always be on them hoes, super tough. And where we stayed at, the way the dorm was, we had 3 layers, or 3 stories. So the first floor had like a living room, had some little conference rooms, had the kitchen and shit downstairs. Second story had like a couple of rooms where players stayed, had like a little dining type area. The third floor was all rooms. We call it the VIP lounge because like all the cool niggas stayed on the top floor. And so this is when I was fucking with the XOs and shit like that back then. And I was finna go pick up my cousin because I don't know why I was stupid. I don't know why I hung with my cousin, but I was finna go pick him up and let him come chill at campus. I think we were on like winter break or some shit. And so I ended up leaving out of my room and I see old gal and I bust up at the park. I'm like, oh shit, what's up? And I'm just, I ended up just allowed to leave it. Like I didn't even think nothing about it. Like, oh, what's up? She's like, oh, hey, good to see you. Like that was the conversation. Like hadn't really talked to this chick since the park, like none of that. Like, hey, what's up? Oh, hey, good to see you. I leave, right? So I done popped the fucking tab before I slide out. So I go the wrong way to go pick up my cousin. And basically end up making this big ass fucking loop. By the time I done picked him up, the tab and kicked in, I'm jamming that fucking Riding Dirty. That's when I had to beat in 88. I was cool. I thought I was doing something. They had 215s in that bitch. Had little 6x9s in the back, little tweeters in the front. I thought I was doing something, so I wasn't even tripping. And I'm rolling. I'm in that bitch. I picked this nigga up. He had a suite, so I fired that hoe up. We riding back. I get back to my fucking dorm room, dog. I get back to my fucking dorm room. I had a roommate, but he had left, or I don't know, maybe I can't remember what happened, but I basically had like a dorm room to myself after that point. Man, why this broad getting out my shower? Getting out my shower. Talking about, I've been waiting on you. And I'm like, I'm rolling. I'm like, shit, what you mean? That was like to say, we had to say, what you mean? That was like the saying for everything back then. Shit, let's get back in that bitch. My fucking dorm room open. I'm busting this bitch up in the shower. I don't think it's good to have a wet condom. I'm pretty sure that's dangerous, but I was like, fuck it. I'm busting this bitch up. All my partners outside the door. Oh, that nigga Honcho, he true. Oh, that nigga, he wilding out. You did, so like I say, we ended up finished smashing. We fucked around in the shower. I'm fucking wet and shit. And the motherfucker get up out that whole drive. And she go on about her way. I don't think I ever seen her after that. But she go on about her way. And they was niggas talking about, man, this nigga Honcho a fool. Cause we ended up going smoking down in the car and shit. Man, this nigga here, I was at the door. All I heard was, you hear the shower splashing and shit. I'm like, y'all niggas out of line, man. Y'all niggas all the way out of line. But we ain't give a fuck. We used to be passing them around doing all kind of off the wall ass shit back then. But, you know, it is what it is. All right, Asia got a story. She said, I have one, but there's little children in the room. So here it goes. Say some years ago when I first came to the Cincy, I met this this K girl. We hung out with a couple of guys that she knew drinking. And the next thing I know, I was waking up to her and this guy fighting in a hotel room as regard to who was going to fuck. So, well, wait, to me, well, to make it short, she won. Look, put them goddamn kids to bed. Put them kids to bed. I need you to call in. I need to hear details to this story because I need to know more. So the more of this story, confession over, never leave your drink unattended. But man, you got jokes behind for the 80s was a great time. Shit, I was 6 years old when the 80s ended, nigga. I don't want to hear that goddamn shit. Look, you in kindergarten up to some shenanigans. Look here, string bean. You better watch yourself, boy. You better watch out there, old Lotus boy. Man, but yeah, I need to hear this. I need to hear this story live. So look, what time is? What time? What is Cincinnati? What's Cincinnati on? What y'all on? Mountain time, Central time, East Coast time. Look, it's time when kids go to bed. Goddamn, it's late. So the motherfucker, I need to hear. I need to know what's going on. Goddamn, how do you get into a situation like this? You know, and this is what I be telling. And see, look. Motherfuckers be getting mad at me, man. I'm just gonna keep it real with y'all. Like I said, I don't hate on nobody. I'm not in a position to judge anybody's lifestyle. Man, they supposed to go to bed. They got school tomorrow and shit. You know what I'm saying? Easter time. Look, yeah, they gotta go to bed, goddamn. Look, talking about some 107. Sound like a radio station and shit. Yeah, it's time for them to go to bed. Here's the thing. But I be telling y'all, man, I don't understand why studs and dykes get passes, okay? And it's not hating on anybody because of their sexuality or anything, but studs act just like niggas in every fucking way. But yet, for some reason, they supposed to be more, I'm not saying acceptable, but like, they talk about the lesbian friend there, well, you know, they just like men, but they cater to your emotions. And I was like, no, they're not just like men. They got fake penises. A stud will try to, oh, I got this foot long. But yeah, you bought that foot long, bitch. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't real. You motherfucker be walking around a club with a strap on, rubbing it up against me. Like, studs are sexual harassers too. I done seen them sexually harass women, but it's okay because it's another woman. I see the bitch damn near get attitude on, but they realize it's another woman with a goddamn sports bra on. It's okay. Motherfuckers don't be tripping. Like, how does that work? How is that fair? I got the real deal here, but I can't. What this compatible? Man, you know what I'm saying? But the thing about the stud, man, here's the thing. though. Here's the hoe ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Because see, the studs, they'll do you like a hoe ass nigga will do. You know, how a hoe ass nigga be, oh, but you let that nigga hit, you know, or nigga, oh, don't fuck with that nigga because, you know, see, the studs, they'll hang with niggas all day long, you know, doing the nigga shit. But then when it come down to the hoes, don't go to the club with them because then they gonna slide in the hole. Man, that nigga, he be fucking with all these. They gonna start gossiping like a female so they can get the action, and then they gonna try to play it cool like a nigga when they get back up out of it, like they ain't just go in there and spill a bunch of hoe ass shit. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. They will. They just like niggas. But what I don't comprehend is, and again, like I say, I'm not hating on it because I used to ask my lesbian friend the same thing. It's like, what is the stud getting out of using the strap on. I've had, matter of fact, like 2 or 3 lesbians. Because I remember she had a homegirl at work who was a lesbian too. And I'm like, what are you getting out of what are you getting from the strap on? Are there some extra like centers? Is this some new age shit? They got some, like them little electro stimulus fucking things. Does it got some of that shit that attaches when you get some stimulation? Like, how does that work? Because this whole role playing shit is one thing, but you know, when I'm done, my shit is going to send you a signal to let you know I'm tired of this shit. But like when you on some just, I don't even understand how the shit work. You know what I'm saying? This old rubber shit, like it's just, yeah, it's some whole. Again, like I say, it just it's terrible, man. It's terrible. We say a great example of an adrenaline rush, man. It was like I say, it was just keeping in motion because that shit just seemed like it flowed all together. Cause I ain't gonna lie, man. Well, not now, but had I had the opportunity back then, I probably would have busted up one more time. I didn't even know because she was there with a friend, so it's like the odds of that. I didn't even get her number. I just smashed and splashed apparently because we was in the fucking shower or whatever. But like, how did this bitch like what kind of broad? How do you have the nerve to just go into a nigga shower? One, I gotta stop leaving my shit unlocked. I ain't even check to see if anything was stolen. Goddamn. Now that I'm sitting there thinking about how the fuck this bitch just all in my fucking room and shit. You know what I'm saying? This nigga, my shit, she might have stole some shit. You know, but anyway, on some bullshit. But I had one try to smell my neck while I was working. Like, you know, back. But that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I just spoke to women and things. Like I say, we have these times. I ain't tripping on asking the questions, but it's like any women who has been in this situation sit there and tell you it's not like the real thing. You know, you need that natural heat. What they fucking, unless they put some warmers on. I don't know. They got all the technology nowadays, so they might put warmers on the fucking dildos and shit. But you know, there's just a natural body heat, a natural fucking. Like, look, like when T'Challa called in last week, said, you know, foreign men ain't got the stroke. I can't imagine that studs have the stroke. The fucking shit adjusting. It ain't even in the same spot. You got the shit buckled up too loose on you and all that other shit, man. You know, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. But, but she hated it wasn't good. Or maybe it's you because you wasn't. Well, that's terrible though. Like. But like Craig said though, you say she was in there on the park thing. Oh yeah, that was cool. The park thing was cool though. I wasn't even tripping over getting caught. Like, cause the park was where we parked it, and then, you know, going so far back, it was like deeper off in the park. But my thing is just like, that's why I say, I don't need to be fucked with the hoes, but I know that when you used to fuck with the Mexos, that shit would be like a fucking movie, nigga. It's just, you was gonna have a night. If you was deciding to have a night, you was gonna motherfucking meet. You was gonna have a whole fucking night. It was gonna be a real live party. But yeah, that's my thing. It's just like, man, how this bro just all in my shower? Like, that was completely unexpected. Cause like I said, I walked back in my room, my cousin was with me. She's like, you know, I was waiting on you. I was like, shit, what you mean? Get back up in there, bitch. I hopped out, my shit quit. Fucking the fofo, hopped about that shit, man. You know, but nah. But I tell again, I haven't said it in a while. Like, you know, I gotta say it. I love ladies. I like hoes. I just hate them bitches. You know, the former two are always fun, engaging, and good conversation. It's them other ones though that you can't. Look, see what happened with the shirt was because I was fucking with some different fonts. I'll be overcomplicating shit. I'm just gonna put this in some old basic ass Arial font and just make the motherfucking shirt, man. Because I was trying to do some old complicated, fancy looking shit, but I got the fucking little PSD file done up, but I have not fucking applied it to make it. I'm gonna do that shit tomorrow. The old comics and looking all goofy and shit. So I gotta stop tripping with the fonts and all that shit. I mean, here's my problem. Here's a confession. It ain't nothing wild, but I have a lot of self-defeating behaviors. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it is. I overthink shit. Make shit too complicated for my goddamn self. You know what I'm saying? And I just gotta stop doing that shit. because honestly, especially if I want these channels to grow and some of these other things, I just got to stop with the nonsense and just execute. You know what I'm saying? And if it don't work, fucking move on to the goddamn next thing, dog. Because I just be doing some shit, man. I do some shit and then, like, it'd be times I've done videos, honestly, and then be sitting there and just like, man, I don't know. And then just never even upload the shit, or just shit from day to day shit. Like, man, I'm telling you, and it's just sometimes just like, man, you just gotta roll with it. And if something's wrong, trust me, somebody will let you know. Or if it ain't good enough, somebody will let you know, and you do that shit. I gotta cut that fucking shit out, man. Like, don't know why. Like, I be vacillating. What they call that shit? Paralysis by analysis. I got that shit like a motherfucker, man, and that shit kills me. Cause I just sitting there overthinking some shit. Be the first person to tell another motherfucker, man, go do that shit. Then I go do this, man, goddamn, but if I do this would look, you know, well, I could. Let me just fuck with this a little bit, and then beat and talk myself out the shit. That type of shit, man, on some old bullshit. But you know, like I'm waiting for Asia to put the kids to bed. Goddamn it, because I want to hear all the details of this confession. Oh yeah, once you get started, you gotta finish. Like, you can't be just bullshitting. Dude, you get started, you gotta finish. You know, be like, hold on, officer, just I need like 17 more strokes. Just come on, man, just turn around. Just let me just handle my business. You know what I'm saying? Look, man, I'm a man, you're a man, you know what it is. I'll be honest, if I was a cop, I couldn't hate on nobody for getting no action. Man, hurry the fuck up. You got a minute and a half before I get your ass ticket. I'm coming back in 90 seconds. If you stealing this bitch, nigga, you getting a ticket. I couldn't be on those. I couldn't hate on the motherfucker for getting him some hype, man. Look, do what you gotta motherfucking do. That shit is natural, man. Fuck all that. So, you know, that's that. My horoscope, what am I? A Virgo? Yeah, Virgo. I think I don't be doing all that shit. Shit there. You putting you all into some categories and shit. Yeah, September, late September. Like Virgo, whatever the next thing, like I'm in that little brink because I think I'm like a couple of days away from being whatever the other fucking thing is, whatever comes after Virgos. So yeah, got Libra, Sagittarius. Okay. I ain't gonna lie, man. Look, hey, you know what song went hard? I ain't gonna lie, I'm not like a big Tyrese fan, but that Signs of Love Making, that hoe went hard, nigga. Vincent, what's the motherfucking deal, man? You did, I think you did missed a couple of pretty good confessions, man. You're gonna have to go back and track some of them down. I think I stopped keeping up with the damn timestamps after I got to go back and timestamp Jay Dizzle call. After old buddy AB called and said, man, look, I'm still done off that shit. We talk about with the fucking 9-year-old. He's like, man, y'all cheer for this bitch and she losing. Dog, that shit is going. I'm gonna probably be laughing about that shit for a fucking week, man. Probably for a motherfucking week, man. What's a Versatile Titan? What's the motherfucking deal, man? Okay. Going back to Austin, Texas. All right. I'm gonna be looking for it. Look, I want to know all about the story. Look, I'm trying to say, you know, so what y'all really doing? What kind of drugs y'all was on? But yeah, man. Yeah, that shit there. Cause I think that was about 53 minutes in, like 53 and a half minutes, somewhere right around there when he was telling that shit right there, though. That shit had me fucking died. And he said, you know, when you be drunk and you know something happened, but if you're in slow motion, like, I'm falling. That shit was fucking funny, man. They say Virgos are sneaky, you know. This is true. I don't know about all of the Virgos. I know I'll be doing some off the wall shit. For the person who just sent that text, if that is your flavor, then drink the Kool-Aid. My opinion differs because of my own personal preferences. So I'm gonna leave it just like that. But if that is your bag, then tie it up. That's all I got to say on that one. No, okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me look. Let me make sure I put this shit right. Yeah, the J Dizzle called in with a very. I think, man, look. I'm gonna tell y'all something, but I'm not gonna tell you who, what, or any of the other details that go along with it. Baker Man knows, but I tell y'all about, my ex that passed away. Now, it's not in a similar story of Jay Dizzle or anything. I'm just gonna provide an interesting fact because in reality, I hate this bitch. I hate this bitch with all my fucking guts. No, I don't care about it, but she's a goofy broad. But my ex who passed away, her sister had a very popular video on World Star. And I'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to say who, what, where, when, none of that shit. But was on that what is that, World Star candy shit? Yeah. So I'll leave it at that, man. So that's all I got on that. Wow, Jay Dizzle won. See, that nigga cheated, man. That nigga cheated. And the twins blows up at the movie video. I have no idea on that. Man, look, fuck that bitch. Fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. I don't give a fuck about that broad. Now, that whole fucking family. Fuck them. It is what it is. Was I on the video too? Nah, I wouldn't know that. Look, I wouldn't know none of that world starness. I wasn't in none of the video. I wasn't involved in none of that shit. I don't know nothing about that shit. That's all I got to say about that. Yeah, Baker Man know what I'm talking about. That whole shenanigan, that whole off the wall. Exactly. That's the that's the proper answer. Married woman wants the D. Old Honcho would tell you, fuck it, do it. Modern Honcho would say, fuck it, do it. Nah. Yeah, man, that's what I say. That whole little situation, organization, that whole little that leave it be. I'm finna get into that shit because it's gonna be a whole bag of worms that I didn't tied up and threw in the ocean. I'm trying to leave it there. But yeah, you got to think about it because obviously some man loved that woman enough to put to put a ring on her finger and give it his name. You got to think about what comes with that besides just a nut. Motherfuckers be sloppy. Motherfuckers get a hold of your information, be trying to track you down. Because niggas nowadays, they ain't going to blame the one who, again, like I say, made that commitment to them. They going to blame the ones who, they fucking with. They ain't going to kill the bitch. They going to try to kill your motherfucking ass. You goddamn motherfucker, you slept with my wife? Shit. We're trying to kill you, kill the milkman, kill the UPS man, the mailman. And never gonna ever say nothing to the wife for having those type of behaviors. So it is what it is. So, and that's the thing, man. Motherfuckers don't follow that protocol this day. You know what I'm saying? Like they want to get bad at the man. Like I didn't do nothing. She came on to me, player. I ain't even had nothing to do with that because if it's not me, it's gonna be the next dude. But just saying all in all, there's a lot of the fish in the sea, man. Don't even get yourself caught up in the complications because it's ultimately not worth it. In reality, it's ultimately not worth it. You know, shit. Some of the husbands kill both, but a lot of these men, look, you see a lot of these motherfuckers, they get mad at the man like he did something like, no, bro, your wife is a hoe. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the first. You know, won't be the last, but. Niggas don't be want to do that. They want to believe that their old lady is innocent. She's an angel, and you convinced her into doing some bullshit. Look, there's a lot of women out here that are with it. That's why I say, man, look, I ain't judging nobody, but I do believe, like I say, in equality, because I believe that it's an equal number of men to an equal number of women who are out there doing dirt. If you're a person, some people just do dirt. Some people are just foul. Some people are whatever they are. It don't matter if you're a man or woman or anything. That's one of those stereotypes I try to avoid. All women ain't no motherfucking angels. And all dudes ain't stand up, you know. I mean, just, you know, all dudes ain't bad, all women ain't angels. It's just a lot of it comes down to individual behavior, and that's ultimately what it is, man. So how would you deal with a cheating wife? Shit. In that situation, really, just in the situation. Like if I caught you or whatever it is, I'm gonna say, hey, okay, well, it was cool while it lasted. I'm gonna keep it player. Hey, you know, you need to get your stuff and, you know, go on, or I'm gonna get my shit go on, and, you know, and leave it at that, because you know, it just is what it is. Like I said, it's too many fish out in the sea. Maybe back in the day wasn't such a good dude, but I'm a good dude. I'm just, my thing is, I'm not finna beat her up. I'm not finna beat him up. Again, you made a decision. The loss of my presence. I know who I am. I know what I bring to the table. I know what I'm about. And again, it ain't too many motherfuckers out there. You know, everybody says that, but it ain't too many motherfuckers out there like me. And so I'm not finna sweat you. Like, I'm gonna let you. And the fact that when you realize that I'm not tripping over none of that shit, when you realize that I'm not sweating over none of that shit, man, it is what it is. It's too much action. Now you just set me free to wild out for a little bit, and that's what I'm fucking finna go do. Trust me, because if you got some hype, I got some hype. You know what I'm saying? Man, look, I mean, shit, it is what it is. Like, one, beating up the bitch ain't gonna stop the shit from happening. Now you just basically have another set of problems on your hands. I don't understand niggas who beat hoes anyway, or beat women anyway, because especially if this supposed to be a broad that you love, but you gonna beat the bitch up. So you want the motherfucker you with looking the best she possibly can, but you beating on her and having her all fucked. That shit is dumb to me. You know what I'm saying? And be full of rage. I'm not gonna say, I mean, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Look, my thing is, and this is why I say I don't really drink a lot and get all fucked up, because I like being in control of my actions and in control of my decisions. I'll find out, I'm saying, okay, that's what it is. And where I'm going to take my frustration out is going to be on the next broad who was waiting in line, or the next broad who, you know, fall for a little bit of conversation. And I'm going to wear her motherfucking ass out. And she going to fall in love. And I'm not going to say that I'm going to be cuffing her, but I'm going to probably hit me a couple of them. And that's how I'm going to take my frustration out. Okay, I still got it. And then keep on with my life, man. I'm not even finna sweat that shit. I'm not finna put myself in no dumb shit. Like, you going to take a double L. She cheat on you, then you beat the bitch up, the laws get involved, and then you going to jail. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it don't even get that bad. You said that when you love someone and they betray you, they feel some type of way, man. The betrayal is on them, because, like I said, I know I'm a solid dude. I know that I'm a very kosher person. And like I say, you know, I did shit back in the day that wasn't the best relationship wise. But, you know, I go all out for people. I still, you know, I just would make some old dickhead decision, think with my dickhead. But now to the point where I'm at, like I say, I know what I'm about. I know what I feel like my future holds and everything. And if it's somebody don't want to be a part of it, that's cool. I'm not finna die because of it. Like I said, I went through some serious emotional strains, some losses, and some things like that. And going through all that really changed me a lot. It altered the way I respond to shit emotionally. Like, I really don't respond emotionally to shit, but I just think now more, because there was points in time when I felt like there's no way I'm gonna survive, no way I'm gonna make it when these things happen, this happen. Because I tell y'all about, man, I lost it all at one point, lost everything. Going through some legal issues, lost everything. Lost, like I say, shit, the car, the house, the dog, the old lady, like, just lost it all. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about died or went fucking homeless for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Dog got fucking slaughtered right across the house. Like, just everything in this small. It was like I say, my life was like a bad country song for a period. And when I say, man, I was on the brink mentally, man, like mentally just like, fuck this shit. You know, I was crashing on my homegirl couch for a little bit in the fucking garage, like, just couldn't get myself straight. Like, I've been applying for jobs. Like I say, I had a little background issue, wasn't shit shaking. Jobs I did have, they, you know, I'd be there for a couple of weeks and they would come back and rerun the background check. The only ones I was getting, it was because I had another homegirl who was in HR. She would get me on without a background check for a couple of little gigs. Like, you know, opportunities that came, I was going out of town and, you know, spend money to get there, and then the fucking companies wouldn't even let me in because of the background issue and all that shit. Like, it was just, shit wasn't working out, and I was taking L after L after L, and I was just like, man, fuck life. Like, this shit fucking sucks. Like, did not want to be here. But, you know, I think about my mom. And why I say this is because I had a sister. She only had 2 kids. And one from each of her marriages. From her first marriage was my sister. From her second marriage was me. And my sister passed away when I was 13 from sickle cell. And, you know, I saw the toll that had on her. You know, I know how it made me kind of respond to life and think about shit. And the only reason I really honestly just couldn't clock all the way out, it was just like, as I think about my mom, I'm just like, man, one, you know, and at this point I love myself too much, but I think about my mom, like, I couldn't imagine putting her through the pain of losing another child before she went. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I just started altering the way I thought about things. So even I was a positive person before some of this shit happened, everything just kept fucking crumbling. I was doing the right things. I felt like I was doing the right shit, but because of the situation I put myself in, I have nobody to blame. I made those decisions to make those moves, and I have to suffer for it. So I don't blame anybody, but it was just like L after L after L after L, you know, and it would kill me because I see people crying about the most petty ass shit, like stupid shit. Oh, fuck my life, I broke a nail, or fuck my life, my car broke down, or, you know, like, just, and I got disconnected from people. You know, just a bunch of shit. And then, you know, all in all, like I say, yeah, after that, that's when I started working on the app, trying to, you know, build some things, and some other shit just happened. And just, my mind was just, like I said, it was just hard to be consistent for a while. Things got better. Things are better now. I still have things that I have to deal with, but that was the thought, honestly, that just kind of brought me back to reality, and just saying, like, you know, I can't go out like this. I couldn't imagine, you know, what it would be like when my mom would have to go through again, losing a child before she goes, you know. She's a good person, man. Fucking most loving person on earth. And, you know, after taking all that shit, I mean, you look at the world differently. So there's no way now, after really losing somebody on some real shit, that I could give a fuck about a motherfucker cheating and consider that a loss. It's like, the only loss is you losing me. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I look at it, man. I'm a gold mine. Like, one way or another, I'm going to make it, and it's going to be something. And, you know, the people who stayed committed, like when I was down, like Baker Man, that's my dude right there. Like, when I was down bad, Baker Man was one of the few people that looked out for me. You know what I'm saying? Shaq Kush. I got a couple of partners that don't ever use the internet, you know. But outside of that, a lot of people jumped ship. A lot of people stopped fucking with me. False promises, like, because I wasn't looking for nothing. I don't want no handout, man. Hey, help me get my foot in the door at a job. Help me, you know, get into this position to work or whatever. Oh, I got you, man. I'm going to put a word in for you, you know, yada, yada. Don't ever hear back from motherfuckers. Like, I want to build my own. I have no problem with that. So that's why I say I end up cutting a lot of motherfuckers off. And the people that I still fuck with, like I say, from, you know, my past situation, my prior to that, because I look at that as a turning point in my life, you know. So when I say my last old lady passed away, I look at that as like a cutoff point from a lot of people. And so that's why I look at shit now, man. Like, I'm not finna get overly emotional about no bullshit. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hello.
Hello?
This is Tyron Matthew. I just want to say, how you doing?
Tyron, what the hell you want?
No, I just want to say, I ain't trolling this time. I just want to say, what's up, everybody in the chat?
Okay, well, it's motherfucking me. It's motherfucking me confession, Sunday night confession. If you gonna call in, you got to make a confession, man.
Well, I don't got no confession.
No, nigga, you got a confession. You call in, you got a motherfucking confession. So you better figure some shit out.
Nah, I know, right? For that Jaybird's mine.
What? You humping your phone, my nigga? What the fuck is you doing? Your confession is you smoking that K12 right now. That's your confession, goddamn.
No, for real.
Man, your shit muffled in the motherfucker. You like old buddy. What's the dude on Big Mouth be fucking with the pillows and shit? What are you doing? What is going on with you and your telephonic device, nigga?
Nah, Jaybird, my brother. That's my confession.
Oh, that's terrible. Y'all in a bad situation. Y'all both throw it off. Y'all got to get right. Stop smoking that K12.
No, I'm gonna let you go though. I gotta go to sleep.
I'm letting you go. All right, so Chicago Bear say how I feel about Smollett. Smollett, he fucking up, but he gonna have to pay his dues. You know, he fucked up, and that's some old bullshit from out the gate. Like, yeah, the shit. Fuck him. Fuck him. Well, I don't know. We ain't even finna get in there. Fuck Smollett, man, and everything that he did, and you know what I'm saying? It's just everything. Let me go back and catch what y'all was saying. What are y'all saying? You say, send her ass out. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's really what it is. Let's see. You love someone who betray you like that. Nah, I mean, if somebody betray you, man, you just gotta let them go. You can't let that shit be. You gotta realize, okay, maybe. And people make mistakes. Like, people make mistakes and fuck up. Like, anytime back in the past when I ain't love none of them bitches I cheated with. It was just thinking with my dickhead. I love my chick. But, you know, hoes, being a goofy ass nigga, niggas don't think. Young nigga, dumb nigga shit, you know what I'm saying? And so he made bad decisions. You know, and you saying that love can be toxic at times? Yeah, it can be, you know. Say I'm emotionally detached from myself, I'm being more logical. Emotionally, exactly. And that's what it say. Would you say that being emotional is a curse or a blessing? I think it could be a little bit of both, but I think it's more of a blessing because you make more rational decisions that you don't end up suffering from in the long term. You say sometimes that's what it takes to see things. Yeah, man. Yeah, what it is. Appreciate that, Baker, man. They say it's been 2 years since my last relationship. I'm just keeping myself to myself, having peace of mind. That's what it's got to be. Sometimes you just, man, you got to know your value. You got to know your worth. And if a motherfucker's not trying to bring that to the table, I don't care if it's an individual, if it's a company, if it's anything. If a motherfucker's not trying to bring what you feel like you deserve to the table, then fuck them. But at the same time, you got to be realistic about who you are and what you really bring to the table. You know, it's a lot of motherfuckers that don't bring shit valuable to the table. They just exist, and they feel because I exist, I deserve this. No, the fuck you don't. You know what I'm saying? You have, like, it's a competition, whether we want to believe it or not. So it's what, 7 billion people on this planet. It's a fucking competition. You know, it was a competition when you were born. When you got skeeted out the fucking sack, you was racing to be that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's your first competition you wanted. It's been a competition ever since then. You know, every competition don't have a medal, don't have fucking awards or none of that shit. But life is a fucking competition, man. You say, is the best period of your life at this moment? I wouldn't say that. I think that I have better to come. I think I've been in better position. I think, but the most awakened, intelligent, or aware moment of my life is right now. And from this, you know, now going forward into the future, I just understand better. I operate better. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, so there's that. Let me see. Yeah, oh buddy was yeah, he was doing some weird shit. Man, Cartier, if you ever take a broad on a date, we all paid for it. You pay for it with time. Time is, you know, they say time is money. And if you spend it time to get you some pussy, you to pay for the pussy, babe. That is what it is. So you ever look at a motherfucker doing the same shit? Man, all the time, dog. Thinking it's the sperm that went all the fucking time. It's just like, how Because I mean, you just look at motherfuckers, man, and you just wonder like, what is really fucking going on? How? Like, did how? I mean, and then the thing is, you kind of got to be glad that they are, because imagine the one, if it wouldn't have been them, how much worse off would have been one of the others. But here's one, man. Here's one, and this is what I was thinking. And it's funny, man, because I was having some conversation with the little one, and just really had to kind of break some stuff down. Like I said, because the school she goes to right now is mainly white. There's a couple other black kids that go to the school. It's no big deal. It is what it is. And so, she's having some trouble, making friends and shit like that. So we can just kind of add a little bit of a conversation with her, trying to discuss, what real friends are. Because she had like a little dance on Friday. And so she went there. She's kind of being like a little follower, and friends wasn't really talking to her and all that other weird shit. And so, it took some time to kind of break down, and we were talking to her on the way to her little soccer game Saturday, and just kind of asking her some questions and shit. And so, my deal was like, I told her to write down, 5 things that you love about yourself or whatever. And so, she had wrote some shit, but a lot of shit was she was just repeating some of the stuff that her mom had said. And so I took some time this weekend to really break down some shit to her. And as we started asking questions and really getting into it, really just found that, not saying she has some underlying issues, but just understanding some things. And so she was on the kick that, she wished she had straight hair and some other little shit. And so we had to like just break down, why that is there, because she felt like it's because she black that no the other kids want to play with her. But I had to break down, like I said, well, the other black kids have friends, so what's the difference between them and you? And just kind of make her understand about personality and the way she acts. And I mean, Miss Honest, she's a little immature, but she's still a little kid. Some kids she really don't have access to like all the YouTube shit. She don't have a phone, like all the shit that you see a lot of these kids now that they have, and they growing up way too fast, knowing about shit they ain't got no business knowing. And so definitely keep her sheltered from a lot of that type of stuff. And so, other kids may be on some shit. She'd be over there playing with fucking little ponies and pet shops and shit. And so, basically just kind of took the weekend to kind of teach her about, learn how to entertain yourself. And motherfucker, don't be, fucking around with these fake ass people. And I think that's something that a lot of people need to learn, man. If it ain't, these motherfuckers ain't in your lane, they ain't on the same shit you want, don't try to go changing yourself to be impressing other people. And just like I say, it's just interesting to see how kids think, into the mind of a child. And I think, because I know shit, back when I was in, 3rd, 4th grade, second, I was, kids be on some other shit. They're more intelligent than we want to give them credit for. Because I know when I was in school, I was cussing, talking all kind of shit. We'd be arguing about all kind of goofy shit. I remember that's like around when motherfuckers were still using 1-800-COLLECT or 10-10-321 and shit. And so kids are more aware, but when they be around their parents, they be trying to act like they little kids and stuff still, because parents still baby them and all that other shit. And so I'm like, man, look, you ain't fooling nobody. We finna have a real ass conversation. You know what I'm saying? We finna talk. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm not gonna let you grow up into believing some old bullshit. And you say, so if I call in, is it all legit, Diva Wild confession? I mean, just whatever confessions on your mind. Some of the confessions have been wild. Fuck that, y'all cheering for her. She ain't winning. And then some of them been a little bit more mild. Some of them been wild. Some of them been mild. Just whatever's on your mind. You know what I'm saying? So, did I used to do prank calls? I used to do little goofy prank calls. They wasn't nothing special. I used to watch, what was that shit used to be called? Jerky Boys and shit like that when I was young. So yeah, I used to watch that wild shit, do stupid stuff. Them hoes corny. Motherfuckers probably knew I was pranking when I called. That might be what we need to do in here one day. I'm gonna use the Denline, but use a different number, because I still got a different number on there that I can use with this service. But start calling people, fucking pranking people live. That'll be entertaining, very entertaining. Y'all can that might be something we do. That might be something we do. Let y'all get a friend or something that y'all want to call. Y'all give me a premise to set them up with, and then we'll go from there. And have some fun. I can do some little corny ass voices and shit, and then we'll switch it up. So yeah, that might be something we do in the near future. But like I say, but just understanding the little one and just making sure she understands how the world works, man, and just teaching her a lot about how things really go, that everything ain't all peaches and cream, fun and games and shit. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, what's up?
What's happening? Who we got calling in tonight?
Hey, this is Gustav.
All right, Gustav. I hope I'm saying that right. What you want to drop in the den tonight, man? You got a confession?
Yeah, man. I've been drinking some cheap beer tonight. I just want to tell you about it. You ever watch the movie Jaws? It's like from the 70s, Steven Spielberg and shit.
Yeah.
All right, well, there's this one beer in it. You can still buy it today. It's called Narragansett or Narragansett, what the fuck ever. Yeah. It's good. It's like 6%. It'll get you drunk. And that's what I drank tonight because I'm a cheap piece of shit. So, yeah, you want a confession? I'll confess to that.
All right.
Yeah, it's actually a fairly good beer. It kind of tastes like Bud Heavy, Pretty good, pretty decent.
Okay. And so
How are you doing tonight? You doing a good stream tonight? You get any weird callers so far?
Yeah, I've had some very strange. Well, I wouldn't say strange calls. We have no fucking Homer or Tyron, whatever Matthew, whatever his fucking name goes by. He's a weirdo, but that's just him. Now we've had a lot of regulars call in tonight. Most of the calls have been very entertaining, though. So I wouldn't say weird callers, but some very interesting calls. Yes, have had some of those.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah, cool. Yeah, I was hanging out on Discord with some various strange internet people, and they wanted me to call in here and do a confession. I was like, what the hell? I drank the entire 6-pack, and this is like 12 ounces of beer per each, so I'm pretty lit, so to speak. So, yeah, man. I don't want to disappoint my fans. I don't want to disappoint your fans. Ask me a question. What kind of question would you ask me if you were in that position?
Okay. Well, first I got to put what part of the country you calling from?
Oh, I'm from Tennessee, just north of Georgia.
Okay. Tennessee.
To the point where it's not too much out of my way to go party in Atlanta now and then.
Okay. Stay out of Atlanta. Those folks will get you in Atlanta.
We've been flooded like a mother. Like one of my actually, you know what? R.I.P. for one of my boys. He had a Nissan, and he had 2 cars, and he had to take it off his insurance because he couldn't afford it. And the flooding in Lenoir City, Tennessee, it killed his Nissan.
No, that's terrible.
No insurance. It's gone. It's fucking gone. Press F. Press F. Anyone listens. R.I.P. to Jeremy Bamboo Matthews Nissan. You'll never know about this because you're not in the circle of people that be listening to this, but we're mourning your Nissan, bro.
All right, well, that's unfortunate for his Nissan.
Floods are wild, man. Yeah. Floods are wild.
For me, I had a flood about a year or so back here down in Houston. So we definitely.
That was bad, man.
Yeah,
that was bad. Hope you guys came through that okay.
Yeah, everything was kosher.
I got some people angry at me. They want some regular trolling and shit, but I'm toasted. I'm comfy. I'm warm. So hold on. Let me just see what these people are saying in my chat. These people normally they're expecting some prank call shit.
Okay.
I can't even. Oh, they're all talking in voice. I see their lights. No, they're all talking in voice. I have no idea what to say. Well, I hope they're happy. I hope you're happy. I hope you guys are having a good night.
Yeah, it's excellent.
This is like the best prank call ever. I'm feeling good about it. You feeling good about this?
I'm cool with it.
This is good. This is how prank calls should go, man.
I'm gonna go and get some of that beer that you got. I'm gonna go and
you should get Narragansett again. It's basically like a Bud Heavy. It's not bad. I mean, hey, it's not good. You can get a 6er, 12 ounces for like $6-7.
Okay.
That is not bad for beer. I'm telling you, man.
And I'll be honest, I don't even drink beer, but you got me
really
want me to go check this beer out. I don't even drink beer.
Again, it's not going to be, the heavens aren't going to light up. You're not going to be transcended to another reality, but it is fairly quality good beer for an amazing price if you can find it. Narragansett. And right on the label, I grabbed my empty can here. Hi, neighbor. Have a Gansett. Sold on merit. Made on honor. Narragansett lager. Hey, man, you have a great night, all right? And hey, one last thing.
All right.
What did OJ's defense lawyer say to him at the very end of the day walking out of the courthouse?
I have no idea. You won.
You're a smelly nigger.
Interesting. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for it. Motherfucker who drinks a beer like that has to be somewhat racist. Yeah. So, there's that. And I was waiting because the thing was, if you couldn't tell, he was building himself up, continue to kind of build himself up to get there. Well, I guess he finally got enough alcohol nuts to make it shake. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, this be a fucking. I knew he was gonna call you a nigga when that nigga started talking about Bud Heavy, dog.
Yeah, I was waiting. I was gonna say two things. Let me see the when he named that beer, some of the rhetoric, and then once he said Tennessee, I was like, all right, he's probably a Titans fan, so he's some type of racist.
I just wanted to call in and laugh about that.
Yeah, I guess they probably want a response. Unfortunately, they're not gonna get what they think they want. So, y'all already know how that go. Oh man, shout out to Beyond. That's a bet. Oh man, that shit is fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious as shit. Yeah, like I say, I was just waiting. I was waiting. Because like I say, it was just like you could tell by the way the conversation was flowing. It was just, so it is what it is. Again, I ain't gonna ever get no mad at no shit like that because those are the same type of people who walk to the other side of the road when they see you. So there's that. What y'all? Whoa! What the hell? Look, see, y'all see some of the shit get deleted. I gotta look on the other screen to see. Whoa! Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. No, I do not. That is a no-go. Not my bag. I definitely don't. So there's that. That I have a specific protocol, and that is against the rules. Yeah, but again, maybe you can call back again and try again, and maybe maybe do something better. Because like I say, when he was talking about he wanted a prank call, do all this stuff, and he, like I say, just building it up. I expect a little bit better, Let's see what we got. What? God damn it. Not necessarily black. Let's call it Cajun, if you will. So there's that. Yeah, I prefer my food prepared Cajun style. Edman, I do not hate anyone. That's what you got to understand. I just have my own personal preferences, and that just happens to not be my preference. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Yo, what's up, bro?
What's happening? Who do we have calling in
man.
tonight?
Hey, dude, this is from Chicago, bro.
Okay.
Hey, man, can I tell you a joke, dude?
Go for it.
All right, man. Hey, there's two ladies walking across a bridge, Alice and Jealous. Alice and Janice. Alice says to Janice, hey, I gotta take a piss. Janice says, okay, there's nobody around. Go ahead, take a piss off the bridge. Janice says, okay. She bends over, squats over the bridge, says, hey, I'm gonna piss right on this canoe, swimming past. Says, okay. That isn't a canoe. That's your reflection. Do you get it?
Yeah, but I've heard better.
Heard better?
Yeah, I've heard better. Come on, I know you got another one in. Give me something better.
All right. All right, how about this? There's a Jew, a Mexican, and a black. They meet a genie. Rub the genie bottle. Genie comes out. Mexican says, hey, I want all my people to go back to Mexico. Genie's like, okay. All his people is back in Mexico. Goes to the black guy. I want all my people back in Africa, and they're going to be happy. It's like, okay. All right, all your people back in Mexico. Goes to the white guy. White guy says to the genie, so you're telling me all the Mexicans and all the blacks are out of America? Says, yeah. Okay, I'll have a Coke.
Yeah, but I thought it was a Jew. Where'd the white guy come from? Yeah, I'm gonna be.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That's 0 for 2 there. But thanks for calling. Because I was, if I'm not mistaken, right, it was a Jew, a black guy, and a Mexican, right? And then all of a sudden, it was a white guy that was left. So I'm trying to figure that one out. So there's that. Yeah, I mean, here's my deal. Like, if you're gonna do it, well, give me something good. Give me something that we haven't heard before. Like, come on now. But again, that's what you're doing instead of getting some pussy. Like, my thing is, y'all know I love a good troll. I love a good troll. A quality trolling is, I respect it. But you guys, come on, y'all are 0 for 2. Like, come on, these last couple of calls, like, come on, at least give me something shocking. Give me. Let's like. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out who called after that. Somebody else was calling in, but it wasn't. I don't think it was. It was a regular, so it was a new number. So, again, I don't know. But what I do appreciate is whoever all these new people who have come in here, making the stats look good. So I ain't tripping on none of that. Let's see. Let's see. Honcho like his whipping like a soy sauce. We can start there. We can start there and work our way back. We need a real racist. Yeah, that's what. Look. We don't need these closet racists. These motherfuckers who got to go to school tomorrow and they could get like, oh, fucking, that guy Jamal picks on me every goddamn day. I fucking hate him. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
It's Jay Dilla. What the fuck is wrong with Jesus Christ? After you caught him trying to tell him all fucked up ass jokes, I'm still trying to figure out this canoe shit. I'm not getting it. Yeah. Is he talking about this woman clit was big or some shit? And I don't know what the fuck he meant.
I'm assuming she's supposed to be a black woman. That's what I'm assuming from the joke. That the reflection, so that it's supposed to be a black woman looking down at her reflection or something like that. That's what I'm guessing is supposed to be the joke.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. The Coke shit, I got that one, but I'm just like, really?
Yeah.
But on that note, this should be a den topic, because we could talk about this for a long time. What would actually happen to this country if all the Mexicans left and went back to Mexico and all the black people left and went back to Africa? Or went to Africa, I can't say back. Yeah. What would be left here?
That would be very. I think the Indians would take over. Shit, the Asians winning right now. Goddamn shit. They look. That's it. But here's the one thing: if we got to go back, do we still have the recipe? Because I need the recipe for tacos. As long as we got the recipe for tacos, we can take that with us. If not, then I might have to slide to Mexico every now and then. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, of course we do.
Okay, well, we got the recipe, then I'm cool with that. Okay. Well,
it's kind of like that meme I sent you, and it was, I guess it was a white girl on Twitter or something. She said, oh, hell no. She said, if all the black people get on boats and go back to Africa, I'm going with them. Y'all not supposed to leave me here with a bunch of unseasoned chicken. Boy, I thought that shit was funny. But at the same time, I literally thought about this real deeply and heavily one day about what it would be like this country would fall the fucking apart. It really would, because think about it. If you didn't have the Hispanic people here to do the cheap labor, then the white people who were on government assistance would have to get out there and do it. And then without the black people or the Hispanic people here to fill up your jails and prisons, how's that going to work?
Yeah, you have a whole that whole for-profit prison industry. Yeah, you got to keep that maintained for some way.
Then hold up, it gets deeper. What would also happen to the entertainment industry?
Well, the movies would be very artistic.
Yeah, but up to a certain point. I think you'd get a lot more Joe Dirt type of shit.
Yeah.
It'd be more movies like that about stupid, hit country, inbred motherfucker. It'd be a bunch of that.
Yeah, definitely.
Then, who would they blame a lot of America's problems on? What the fuck would Donald Trump do then? This right here could be a whole conversation. This could get deep as shit.
Yeah, we might have to. Let me jot that down. We might make that a topic in the den one evening.
Yeah, because I got quite a few thoughts, and we can't do it tonight because I know you got to end at some time because niggas got to get some sleep. You ain't no motherfucking vampire. Or are you? I don't know with your hair looking like that. I don't know, nigga. You is kind of look vampire in Brooklynish.
I'm just saying, though. You know, I sleep like regular niggas, goddamn. But that's that's definitely something that we definitely need to discuss. That I think that might be we might slide that in for a topic this week, as long as don't nobody do nothing too stupid in the entertainment or celebrity world or anything like that. We'll definitely have to talk about that.
All right, it was just a thought.
All right. Appreciate the call, there, Jay Dizzle.
All right, man.
All right. So, very interesting. But my thing is this. Like I said, y'all already know. I don't give a fuck about the lame ass trolls. Off the merits of another man, somebody else conquered something. What have you done? You can barely conquer YouTube. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, it's Chicago Bear.
Mm-hmm. What would you like to drop in the den, Chicago Bear?
I wanted to piggyback off the last caller talking about movies. And dude, we need more like high art, like Soul Plane and Joanna Man, and
classics.
A lot of that shit. Like fuck all that, Casablanca and any of that noise, all that dumb white shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you 100%. What else you got?
Well, that was about it. I just want to talk about movies. What other kind of good? Like we need more Spike Lee movies.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah. Because white people don't do shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do they do? You're the white representative for the moment. What do they do? I mean, you gotta do something for your people.
We don't do nothing. We just we don't do anything.
No, man.
We are 15% of the population, but we contribute 50% of the violent crimes. It's crazy.
Oh, that's terrible. Y'all shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
You shouldn't do that.
Shit. I was actually looking at that wrong. That's black people.
Yes. Your sarcasm is poor. And it would be funny. You know what would be super funny? Is if you actually knew where you were calling, if this wasn't a thing that we've previously discussed. So you think you're saying something that's validating you. But these are things that we talk about in the den all the time. But unfortunately, you and the rest of your little lame-ass cronies don't know that. So you guys think you're in here stirring something up, but you're not really doing anything. Because I don't think you guys understand the premise of the channel in which you're calling. But good try. I appreciate you for making the statistics look good. And carry on.
Don't get upset.
Oh, I'm not upset. See, and this is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. It's like not like who is I could call Catherine Moore back, whoever that may be. But here's the thing. This is what you got to understand. Trolls are necessary. Trolls are important to the internet. They provide humor. But what's unfortunate about trolls is they don't exist in reality. These are the guys, these are your incels. These are the ones who are mad at the Chads. These are the ones who are mad at women because they only pick those other kind of guys. These are your guys who are miserable. And it's very unfortunate because I'm going to be honest with you. You know, friends in the den, I appreciate all of you. I thank all of you because this is something you enjoy. There's no way, and a lot of these guys sound really young, and so that's what's even more unfortunate. There's no way that I'm in a place where I don't necessarily enjoy it, hoping to get a reaction out of another man when I could be laying up in some pussy. But instead of doing that, I'm trying to stroke and stimulate the emotions out of another man. And that is questionable. That behavior is quite suspect. And now Chicago was here, but what he was doing was waiting for his backup because he's not man enough to stand on his own 10. So that's super unfortunate. But, you know, maybe these guys will get it. Maybe these guys will figure it out and say, hey, you know, pussy's good. Women are good. Stimulating another man's emotions is not what I should be trying to do. Yeah, hit that like button. Exactly. So again, like I say, their goals, one of them they did obtain, and that's to get acknowledged. And so I'll give you that. You got acknowledged. But two, you're going to have a tough time trying to get the reaction and the response that you hope to get out of me. Because, trust me, do I think I'm better than you? Do I think I'm above you? I don't think I'm above anybody. I don't think I'm better than anybody. But at the same time, I don't think anybody's better than me. And so my perception is this. Let me say. Hey, look, let me go ahead and get them student tickets there, man. You don't even want them tickets. Let me go ahead and get them tickets, Josh. You don't want them tickets. But my thing is this. I don't have anything for cowards because if these guys were real or about any of these things that they say, they would be doing these things in reality. Because if you've ever done something in the physical world, you're not going to get this same level of stimulation that you would get out of a chat or any of this stuff like that. I guarantee you, and again, these guys can lie to you and they can fabricate and tell you whatever they want. Never, not one day in their lives, have they ever gone up to a real physical human being, black, Mexican, or otherwise, and said any of these things because they're afraid. My deal is if I feel a particular way, I'm going to tell anybody exactly how I feel. Felt like burping, so excuse me. And that's what separates me from you. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. The problem with society, and it's guys like this, and this is what's wrong with America now, is you have these feminine guys that are concerned with other men and trying to get, again, like I say, responses out of men. And, you know, they thrive on the internet. That's where they thrive in groups. But in reality, these are the guys that cower in corners. These are the guys that get picked on, the guys that get bullied. And that's why they feel this way. That's why they're so upset. Because remember, shit, when I was back in high school, when I was young, we dealt with like motherfuckers like that. And it is what it is. And it's sad and it's unfortunate. Because the more men that are out there like that are, you know, it means just many more available women for guys who don't behave in such a feminine manner. So it is what it is. Well, I don't care what your fucking gender is. Like, it don't make no fucking difference to me. You might be a manly lady. So again, my deal is it's very sad, but it's not my problem. Again, the more fucking texting, tweeting, calling, all that just makes more fucking statistics, makes the fucking channel look better. I could give a shit. what's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? Huh, very interesting. So, Dusty Nuts, what would you like to drop in the den this evening?
It's a Dusty Bogan, right? Just out having a couple pints with my mates, and my friend told me to call in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it says you had a lot of bad callers tonight.
No, that's the usual. Nothing special. But go ahead. What would you like to drop in tonight?
Well, I'm surprised you have any callers at all, mate. You only have 39 viewers at the moment.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible. That is terrible.
A lot of incels. A lot of incels calling in tonight, eh?
Yeah, plenty of them. I hope you're not in that group, are you?
No, mate. Okay. My Sheila's right beside me.
Okay. All right, so carry on. So what would you like to drop in the den? What point would you like to make this evening?
Oh, I just thought I'd make a little joke, yeah.
All right. Hopefully it's a good joke. Last year been quite corny.
Yeah, what the Jewish pedophile say to the kids when he drove by to school?
Oh, that's terrible. That's awful. I don't know. What did he say?
Hey kids, want to buy some candy?
No. That is funnier than you know. I don't think y'all get it, but it is quite funny. I'm not going to go into details. I'm not going to come across as that guy, but I'm not going to lie. That joke was pretty funny. I shouldn't be laughing. It's the nuance of that joke. It was pretty funny. I'm not gonna get into it. Oh my God, that joke was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. That joke was funny. I don't think it's some terrible stuff going on in that joke, but hey. It's terrible because I told y'all when I'm not on the stream I'm a racist, but I love everybody. Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. Like I say, it's funny, but again, like I say, you have people who are being pushed by their associations to I'm fucking racist. I tell y'all all the time. I'm not a hateful racist. But I'm definitely what people would call a racist nowadays. If my thoughts were tweets, all tweets, oh man, it'd be game over. It would definitely be no Oscars hosting for me. So there's that, Oh man. Yeah, that's when you on some shit, say when the trolls and found you, when they have nothing better to do but to try to make an attempt. That's what I say. I'm feeling like I won the awards tonight. I mean, where's my Oscar? Is there an Oscar for YouTube? Because I'm on that level now. I'm on that level now. No, Catherine Moore, we're not taking your calls anymore. But the deal is this, and the thing is, like I say, I'm a ease up on some of those calls, not because of me, because I enjoy it, but I see y'all aren't having the fun that you would like. But man, I ain't gonna lie, that last one was kind of humorous. Which one? The girl? Which girl didn't call in? Oh man. But Asia says she's gonna call in next week. I'm gonna let her make it. She got a 1 week pass. She says she's gonna call in next week, and if she call in next week, then all is forgiven. Her confessions will be atoned. But my thing is, man, and I agree. Comedy has no borders. All right, you didn't promise. Like, look, I done had too many promises broken in my life. You know what I mean? So I hope that you won't break another one. Yeah. Yeah, Heidi has a crew of people waiting to see when she will call in. This probably is probably Heidi's crew. This is where Heidi hangs out with these people whenever she's not in the den. Heidi brought them over. I'm gonna be honest with you, because like I said, a lot of these motherfuckers sound young than a bitch. You know what I'm saying? And like I tell you, there's no way. I'm gonna be honest. If I was in high school, and shit, the internet did exist when I was in high school. We had dial-up though. That shit was. Look, you didn't have time to troll on dial-up internet. Look, you had to get straight to your fucking point, because somebody fuck around and call the phone, you get knocked off that bitch. You ain't have time for no trolling in the fucking in the deal. It's not about you being a sport. It's not about. It's just that this shit is really a non-factor. You know what I'm saying? So it's me. You know, because there are realities and there are the interwebs. And again, this shit is on the internet. This shit ain't real. This shit poses absolutely no threat to my existence. I'm not concerned about it. I've said it multiple times that when you've actually lived a life and been through real shit, the internet shit will never phase you. It will never be a thing. It knows there's no commentary from Heidi while the trolls roll the den. How old am I? Oh, the greatest number in Houston history. I'm an old man. By internet terms, I'm an old man. You know, as Beyond likes to say, you know, the 80s was a good decade. But see, that's awesome. I've been waiting to be this age just to say that, honestly. So there's that. Rashida, where you from, Rashida? You know what I'm saying? No, not old, man. But by internet standards, I'm old. You know, once you get like 27 on the internet, you an old motherfucking shit. Old head. And you don't know nothing, old head. Drake is the greatest that ever did it, old head. You know, these youngsters be talking crazy and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it is what it is. Yes. But 34 is the greatest number in Houston history. Okay. I must have said that shit on the stream. Rashida been low key. Where your confession at, Rashida? Because I seen you comment earlier about some of the stuff that was going on. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm still waiting. Look, Keisha ain't gave us no confessions. Strawberry ain't gave us no confession. You know, I'm waiting on some confessions to hear. And look, I'm still waiting. Now, Asia didn't put her confession on layaway, so we wait until next week to get that one. You know what I'm saying? Wow, boomers is. I thought you were joking about that, because I'm thinking about baby boomers, but y'all really on some motherfucking me over 30 shit. That's some hoe ass shit. Let's entertain something. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Yo, it's Aiden. What's good, man?
Life is good, Aiden. What would you like to drop in the den this evening?
I'm just curious, what kind of confessions you're talking about, man?
Confessions. I mean, something that you have done in your life that you have, I don't want to say been ashamed of, something that you just may want to admit that you've been keeping a secret, or something that you haven't told a lot of people. A confession. I mean, admitting to something that some people may consider degrading, embarrassing, vile, or I mean, just however you view it, whatever secrets you hold that you don't share very often. So those kind of confessions.
Well, do you drop some, or you just expect is it just our side?
I started off the stream with a confession, and I've sprinkled a couple in between here and there.
So, can we get real dark?
If it's a confession, if it's a true confession, if you want to make something up, I guess that's on you, but do what you do.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about how dark you're getting. Like with your confessions, is it like we're gonna get like major skeletons?
I mean, shit, I would not advise you to admit that you've ever murdered somebody or did anything too criminal. This is still the internet. It still is. You know, I'm sure somebody could use it for something, but I mean, whatever the fuck you want to admit. I mean, what the fuck?
I don't know, the people I hang out with and stuff. You know, man, they they would probably hold it over me, and work maybe.
I don't know what to tell you about that. Then, I mean, it's your life. It's your life. You got to live.
I don't know. Maybe I should be laying on the couch somewhere.
Yeah, well, maybe that might be what you should do then.
Yeah, I think that'd probably be better. I did, happen to bang this black chick once. It's just one of those things. It kind of ruined my reputation with all the whites.
Oh, terrible. You should have shared that pussy.
Huh?
You heard me. Should have shared the pussy. Then they might have liked you better.
Oh, yeah. No, they kept telling me how purple it was.
That might not have been the black pussy. That might have been something she had. You might want to go get checked out for that, bro.
Yeah, I was wrapped up, man.
Say the condoms don't protect everything.
They don't. And I mean, AIDS is prevalent in the community, so who knows? I might have AIDS now.
Hey, you might want to get tested for that. I mean, you don't want to just be walking around spreading the AIDS.
Yeah, and maybe Ebola too.
Oh man, this is funny because you can tell this motherfucker ain't never got no fucking pussy. Yeah, well, Ebola, yeah, you definitely need to be checked out.
Yeah, I'm married. I don't know what you're talking about. I just like fucking with fucking streamers.
Well, if you're married, doesn't mean you're getting any pussy. Some other guy's probably banging your wife right now. You might want to go get that checked out.
You're talking about pussy and you're on here live streaming. What are you talking about? You ain't getting pussy right now either.
Oh, no, I'm not getting any pussy right now either because I'm enjoying my live stream. But what are you getting out of this? Nothing. You're just calling in because you ain't got shit better to do.
Entertainment. Content. I'm getting content.
But what I'm saying is that I'm providing content. You're attempting to provide content. It's not even like, my thing is, if you were a good troll, this would be fun. This would be humorous, but it's not even very entertaining. Come on. Like, I'm expecting whatever little crew of flunkies you guys have come. I'm expecting more. Like, you guys can do better. Get in a huddle up, draw up a play, and bring something better. I'm expecting it. I'm counting on you guys. Come on with it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You just keep talking about how you get laid all the time, but you're just sitting here.
Don't think that's what I talked about. I said if I was in high school, that's what I'll be doing.
You've been talking about pussy a lot and how these people should be getting pussy and blah, blah, blah.
No, that hasn't really been the entire premise of the conversation. I'm just talking about you guys ever since you guys have come in. That there
every caller that's called in and messed with you.
Not every caller.
Yeah, you want to bet? I'll clip it for you and I'll put it up on my channel because you're providing content.
Okay, we'll do that, and then make sure you put the link in the description so I can check that out.
I'll tag you.
All right, I'll be looking for it.
All right.
But you did notice that he never said anything about some guy's not banging his wife right now. So there's that. I'm going to put the content up. Oh, the original ass motherfuckers. Again, you got real mad about the pussy thing. I mean, goddamn, shit. I don't know. Actually, I can bang my old lady before I get on the street. I put my bitch to bed, so. So I ain't even tripping on all of that shit, man. Exactly. Oh, you know what? I didn't think about that. That might be the case. It might have been his husband. He could be married to a man. So there is definitely that premise. So, I mean, I'm not worried about it. Go do it. Do what you do. Goddamn. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's unfortunate. I mean, my thing is, you would think, again, and the funny thing is, like I said, the majority of these people who call in or whatever, they're from places where there's like 2 black people and they're mad at all the black people in the world. I'm gonna be honest, like a lot of people of this caliber, their whole situation is they're mad at themselves for being lesser quality white people. Okay. And so their excuse as to why they don't thrive amongst their own is because the black people did it or the Mexicans did, but there's like probably not even a fucking black or Mexican around for fucking hundreds of miles and shit. So their excuse is to blame someone else for their own faults, which is a whack ass thing to do. Like I said, y'all know me. I don't blame white people did this to me and white people did that to me and sit here and cry and complain about these things, because again, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. But somehow, some way, a small percentage of the population is impacting your entire life. And I find that very amusing. How does that work? What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, it's your boy Josh again, man.
Josh, what's the motherfucking deal? You hanging out with these trolls, Josh?
No, I really just called in just to probably just put this on the internet because I know people know how to do it, but just to educate people on trolling, man, because I've seen it. It's just getting worse and worse, man. Like, I almost didn't have to go to bed. I don't even have shit to do tomorrow. It's getting bad. But at least if you're going to troll somebody, at least have it be at least part entertaining. At least do memes. At least do some other shit, man. At least on Twitter some shit, because I understand, like, sometimes, like, I even me, when I troll people, like, I toned it down because I see beyond the fun niggas say I'm a simp, but you don't live with me. You don't know what the fuck I do on a daily basis. So it is what it is.
Nigga.
Anyway, so that's the end of that. Anyway, so as you know, like this midget that I talked to on live talking about like how she want to have girls in prime, how she want to have girls that play football and shit. All of a sudden she says she's a Patriots fan, but then again she don't like the cold. So I pretty much trolled her about how Tom Brady's a bitch and all that other shit, and then she got mad for some reason, but it was just all in good fun and some shit. And then she seen I was trolling, but like, and then like she was mad at first, but then again like she understood it at the end. So it's pretty much like how you do it. So just people just got to get better at it. It is what it is, because if it's boring, it just gets just weird.
Yeah, basically, like I say, and the thing is, ultimately is to try to get a response, to try to elicit some type of behavior, something of the sort. But when you're just saying a bunch of corny stuff and things that aren't really that humorous, like I say, I appreciate a good troll. I don't care about racial shit because, again, ain't nobody finna come up and say none of that shit to my face. You feel safe beyond the boundaries of the internet. All that other stuff, that shit is lame. Like, if it's not something you're gonna do to somebody in real life, I mean, let's be honest, you're a pussy, and so it is what it is. But it's like, it's to the point where it's just kind of corny. And like I say again, you feel like you've done something by doing nothing again. So I agree. You got to get better at it. I'm expecting better. I'm hoping for better, and I've yet to see it. But keep trying, keep shooting for it. It is what it is. But I appreciate your call, there, Josh.
Yeah, true, man. Because one example could be like, I'm not sure if you haven't watched SpongeBob in a while, because you watched that show where it was like when school was like, repeat after me, and he said like, I have no talent.
I don't think I say that.
Damn. But all right, man. Nah, cause it's not funny if I say it now, cause you don't know.
Look, I done trolled your troll, goddamn.
All right, man. You got me. All right.
All right, Keisha. Good night. Man. Shout out to Josh, man. That's fucking funny. That's funny. Let's see what we got going on here. That's what that is. Oh shit, I gotta do that too. I need to change that. Let's see. Let's try once more. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, it's Joe.
Hey, Joe. That was a great song by, what's his name? Fucking can't even think of Hendrix. Go ahead. What's up, Joe?
Hey, just wanted to run a joke by you real quick.
All right. What you got?
All right, so a priest and a rabbi are walking past the preschool, and they see a kid bending over to tie his shoes. The priest turns and says, geez, I'd really like to screw that kid. The rabbi turns to him and says, out of what?
Woo! And there we go. So, on that note, I'm not laughing. I'm thinking about the call that that Bailey called in, and he called in and he said, "Hey, why y'all rooting for her? She losing." That's all I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about a previous call. I don't know who the fuck is Chicago Mike. I have no idea who that is. I've never heard of that. Oh, y'all talking about Mike from Chicago? Like Asian Mike from Chicago? Or y'all talking about somebody named Chicago Mike? Oh no, that wasn't that one wasn't that definitely wasn't Chicago Mike. That's funny. That is quite humorous, that story that Anthony Bailey told. I'm going to leave it at that. So, folks, that is very interesting. That is very interesting. That's all I got on that one. So, oh, Josephine, Johnny. This was a very interesting night. It was a very, very interesting night. I got to think about this one. So there's a children in a bunch of lanes living in their mother's basement. Oh, that's the thing. No, I don't think differently about anybody who's calling in. It's we pretty much know the type that's calling in. We already understand all that. That's not even that's not even the issue. I guess I really don't care about any of that. None of that shit is relevant. But can't lie. There might have been one or two humorous outcomes from this whole little deal. But you know when it started? You know when all this started? I blame Tyron. Because all the bullshit started after Tyron fucking called in. Everything else was kosher. We had some good confessions. We had some good calls come in. They were very humorous. But again, like I say, the thing about this though, these are people who you'll never see their face. They'll never be relevant in reality. So, you know, it is what it is. I can't lie. You know, being that being a stereotypical joke, because I don't believe those stereotypes. That being a stereotypical joke, it's interesting. Oh man, that's funny. So he told his friend to call. I don't know. He had a bunch of motherfuckers getting put up. My friends told me to call. My friend told me to call. So you know, there's that. Interesting. Let's check it out. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do you have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, is this the den?
Yes, this is the den.
Hey, man, I heard you guys had like a Sunday night confessional going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanted to give you a confession, actually.
Okay.
So, you know, when I was in the 3rd grade, I cheated on my history exam. And then in the 4th grade, I stole my Uncle Max's toupee and I glued it on my face when I was Moses in my Hebrew school play. Oh, man. And then I think in 5th grade, I knocked my sister Edie down the stairs and I blamed it on the dog.
That's a bad dog.
When my mom sent me to summer camp for fat kids, they served lunch, and I went nuts, and I pigged out, and they kicked me out. But the worst thing I ever done, I mixed a pot of fake puke at home, and then I went to this movie theater, hid the puke in my jacket, climbed out the balcony, and then I made a noise like this. And then I dumped it over the side, all over the people in the audience. And then this was horrible. All the people started getting sick and throwing up all over each other. I never felt so bad in my entire life. That's my confession.
Well, all righty. Thank you for that. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I was hoping that was going to be the one. That was an interesting phone number in which they called from. So I was expecting something a bit different. You know, I was expecting something a bit different, but I guess I have been disappointed. I've really been disappointed, honestly. I have. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm being honest. Like, it's really gotten to the point where it's kind of, my expectations have become lowered. So, you know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like I'm hoping for something. There are one or two, like I'd say we're taking about maybe close to 10 calls. I don't know if we're taking quite 10. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, maybe out of that 10, there were 2 that elicited a response, and then the rest of them kind of sounded like they were kind of bitching and complaining. You know what I'm saying? And that's the sad part about it. Like, you're supposed to be trolling. As a troll, you're supposed to have the upper hand. Like, you know, what do they call that shit in wrestling? Was it like kayfabe or something like that? Not breaking the character. And so what a lot of them were I guess were attempting to do, or maybe, you know, it's like trolling practice or something like that, you know, but it's just like, I don't know, man. Like I say, it was a couple of little jokes. I want to say whoever had, I think it was the Australian voice, was interesting. And then, you know, the other one had a very interesting one, but for the most part, yeah, you know, it just really isn't quite doing it. It's more annoying. You know, nobody likes annoying people. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how does a troll get angry? That's not how it's supposed to work. It's like, you're supposed to be the one, you know, getting the emotions, not becoming emotional. And, well, I'm gonna post it, and I'm gonna. Why are you talking about so much pussy? So, you know, there's that. You know, I identify myself as a lavender plant. Well, I'm offended. I'm offended. What's the gender identity of that plant? So, again, I don't know. I was hoping that we get some good confessions in here, but it seems that the people are more annoyed than Purple Rain than anything. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Motherfucker over here like, well, she's just out. It's ladies' night out, so she's just out with her friends, and she's out with some friends, all right. But I'm married. There's a lot of motherfuckers who married that don't get no pussy. There's a lot of motherfuckers that even talked about earlier. We're talking about married shenanigans and things of the sort. So, that's that looks like the dude from fucking. It looks like the dude from fucking. What's this? What's that fucking the movie? The Door? No, not The Door. The Room. Oh, buddy, The Room. Oh, that's terrible, Heidi. That's terrible. That is very terrible. I don't know, man. When will I be doing another video? I don't know. Depends on what happens, man. There's some other things I did want to talk about that aren't celebrity related. So I'll probably be dropping some of that, but you know, we'll be at the same den time, same den channel every night. Excuse me, 10 p.m. Central. So all of you trolls, if you want to get it together and try again tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Central Time, we go live every night. I'm inviting you guys to come back. I'm just expecting something better. And that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for something better from you guys because it's just, it's lackluster, you know, again. But the thing I can never understand, the thing that I could never understand, and this is why I say trolling is an odd thing, you know. I put my face on everything I do because I want you to know that I said it. I want you to know where it comes from. I want you to understand the way I feel. I couldn't understand the feeling of feeling one way inside and only having an outlet on the internet to try to anonymously express those feelings, but then walk through my everyday life having to exist in a fraudulent manner because I can't really express that. Because if I did, I feel like, you know, I'd be judged or I'd be discriminated. I couldn't really truly be who I wanted to be because I'm not built like that. That is a feeling that I could not comprehend. And that's why, like I said, honestly, when it comes to like trolling and stuff like that, I feel more sad for those kind of people than I do angry or concerned or anything else. Well, concerned, I guess, would be kind of sad. But it's just like, how do you live like that? And the thing is, you know, they use the snarky language or whatever you want to call it. They use their sarcasm or whatever it is to try to cover up those feelings. But deep inside, they're tormented. And it's sad. It really is. These are tormented people. And so their goal is to try to make other people feel the way that they feel. But unfortunately, some of us don't live like that. Some of us are going to be open. Some of us are going to be honest. Some of us are going to be frank and not hide behind avatars and in message boards or echo chambers where we feel safe and comfortable, because I feel comfortable anywhere I walk, not just on the internet, in my everyday life. You know, there are no fears. When you can only thrive on the internet, when that's the only place that you can be yourself, it's a sad existence because it's not a real existence. And so it's a very sad thing. It's a very sad thing. But you know, it is what it is, though. You know what I'm saying? But again, you know, you got to do what you got to do. I wouldn't say they succeeded, because the thing about the den is, what you got to understand is the den is never on topic. So that's the funny thing about it. Like, that's why you can't win here, because whether you guys would have come through or not, if people wouldn't have called in with any more confessions, because I think we'd already kind of started going astray from some of the confessions anyway, you guys actually brought them back up. We're going to talk about anything. And so that's the funny thing about this show. We never stay on topic. It's on topic for me. Well, we've been better the last few weeks now that more people have started coming through. So we stay on topic about an hour or two, or at least an hour. An hour is being generous. So the thing about it is that we never stay on topic in the first place. So you can't derail the den. And that's the funny thing about it. Like, that's what makes it super humorous, because there's a topic to start off with, and then it goes wherever the fucking night takes us. And so that's what's funny. So it's like, the funny thing is that you feel like you succeeded at something, and you feel like you guys have won, but y'all actually have just fell into the flow of the den, and so you've done nothing but contribute to what the den always does. You know, that is what it is. Well, I think that you tell yourself it's for the lulls, when in reality it's just that you're sad. But it's cool. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, the funny thing about it is like, oh, we went and we derailed the show. No, you just gave us some more stuff to talk about, because we just gonna talk about whatever happens anyway. It's either gonna be a off the wall call that somebody calls in and we're gonna talk about that, or somebody's gonna have some type of breaking news so like I'm saying, it's a win for the den. And so again, it's just to the point where I will admit calls were annoying because they weren't funny. It was like one or two that were smirk inducing. But for the majority of that shit, it was heard it before, seen it before. Like, let's try something original. That's all you got. All right, cool. But again, like I said, you know, it is what it is. But my thing is this. Where we at? I got a plan. I'm going to prove something to the people. So I'm going to talk a little bit more shit for a little bit. But my thing is, we were saying something beforehand, and now the chat has gone way off the wall. I think we were talking about, what were we talking about prior to that? We were talking about, hey, that dude that did call, he did sound like fucking Ed Man though, didn't he? That's the funny thing about it, man. All right. Well, welcome back anytime, Miss Age. Like I say, every night, 10 p.m. Central. We get started. Where the show ends, when the show ends, who knows? It just depends on the energy. Uh-oh. Somebody creeping back up. See, right now, Heidi and Brandon, they're worried about their time, but you guys aren't peeping. Y'all ain't peeping that low key. Dr. Rabbit is really the biggest threat to everyone. Well, so my thing is this though. We were talking about what is it? What were we talking about? I know Agent mentioned the situation with we were talking about studs and how aggressive they are. I don't know if we ever finished that topic. Then we had kind of briefly started talking about beating up other guys if your old lady cheats or something like that. That's that guy who called in definitely needs to listen to this conversation. Man, appreciate the love there to Marcus, babe. They say shout out to Honcho for entertaining those attention seekers. Oh, that's my thing though. Here's the deal. They'll be back, and they'll continue to come back, and I want them to, because again, it just makes the numbers look good. So my thing though is, and I appreciate that love. Now look, I told you I was gonna go get an edge up. I couldn't get an edge up because the barbershop was closed, so I didn't get an edge up. Whenever I gotta wait till like Tuesday, because barbershops don't ever be fucking open on Monday, and it was like fucking Saturday night. I ain't finna pay the motherfuckers no extra shit to fucking boot up on a Sunday. But I still gotta find the fuck. Okay, I gotta admit something. All right, I'm a little bit racist. I'm not a little bit racist. I'm pretty racist, but in a loving way. I'm very stereotypical. I talk about stereotypes and shit like that, and I find them funny. I find them extremely humorous. So that's why I say like that other shit doesn't fucking mean anything. You on the box or you on the PlayStation there, Jared? But so here's my thing. And I wonder if most black people could probably say this. I've never had my hair cut by anyone who wasn't black. Never been to a Hispanic barber. Let me see. I've never been to a white barber. All black barbers. I've had females cut my hair before, but I've never had anyone who was not black cut my hair. And so where I'm at, like I say, there's not a lot of. I'm not saying that there aren't any black barbers. I'm just not familiar. Okay. And I haven't really gone out and looked. I know if I drive down the way, if I slide down the way a little bit, I'm sure I could find some black barber shops. But where I am, you know what I'm saying? I have not found any. I kind of look here and there. And so the old lady was looking because I was talking, man, I need to go find somebody around here that way, can line me up. And she pulled up a place that was relatively nearby and about 20 minutes out the way, I'd say. Maybe about 20 minutes from here. So that ain't too bad. But the guy, I guess, who owned the shop was, again, and the haircuts were good. The haircuts were nice, okay? The haircuts were kosher. But the thing about it is, it was a Hispanic guy. And so I was just like, I don't know if I'm going to go there just because of this bias I have, And like I say, his picture was good. The work was good. I've seen plenty of Hispanics go to black barbershops, vice versa. And I'm not saying that they can't. I've seen some Hispanics do good work. But I got like a slight little prejudice. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna admit it. I don't think that should be the thing that's holding me back from going and getting the fucking haircut. But yeah. And so now I'm still searching. But then she recommended this other spot. And I guess I started looking for a place for myself. But this other spot, motherfucker it's just, I'm going to be honest, that motherfucking shop looked like it's on some other shit. And I don't think I want any parts of that. Motherfuckers in there doing fucking mani-pedis and shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers getting manicures, with the emphasis on the man there. Some other shit going on. So I'm just like, I'm cool on that. I think I'm going to chill on that whole experience. So I'm out hunting for barbers. I'm going to probably try to find one. Well, I'm trying to find one tomorrow, hopefully. Be open on Tuesday. Why aren't barbers ever open on fucking Mondays? Like, you would think that would be the best day. Motherfucker done just went the whole weekend doing some off-the-wall shit. Need to get cleaned up to start the week off, I guess, or to have a good rest of your week. Why the fuck is that a thing? You know what I'm saying? Edman is spending all his money with them fine Asian hotties, and so he's getting his groove on. Shout out to Edman though. He did text into the show and asked if I was a racist towards Asians, and I'm like, no. Oh, that was your call? That it just called? Oh, okay. I didn't know. I wasn't familiar with the number, so I thought it was one of the other callers. If you want to call back, I'll answer. I didn't know. Like I said, I didn't know it was you. I apologize. I'll be prompt and swift. Yeah, call back. I definitely want to hear what you got to say. And so, yeah, that's my thing, though. Like I said, it's not because I don't know. Again, like I said, I'm just not nervous, I guess, about it. That just ain't never been. I've never been to a barber outside of a black barber. And like I said, I've seen all kinds of barbers do good work. I don't want to be the one to take that risk. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, this is Keisha from Chicago. How you doing?
Doing all right, Keisha from Chicago. How you doing this evening? You got a confession you want to drop in the den for us tonight?
Well, I kind of used to do a little trolling, but I want to say I'm reformed now.
Oh, okay.
But you know what? I didn't know they didn't call it trolling. We just called it being petty, know. So, yeah, I really used to be pretty bad.
Okay. Well, what were some of the petty behaviors that you engaged in?
Oh, just cursing people out, just giving my opinions, just a lot of stuff that got me into some situations where people comment they gonna pull up on me, and I got threatened a few times, and it was a lot, and people was inboxing me and wanting to fight, and I had to block a lot of people, and even to this day, some people, they'll see me and they'll be like, bring up some old mess, and I have to block them because I'm trying to change. I'm trying to do right.
Man, that old trolling never dies.
Right.
So
let me be better,
So have you ever had an altercation due to trolling or being petty with other people? Have you ever had a physical altercation?
No. See, that's the thing about it. I don't like to fight. Okay. You know what I mean? I just like to talk shit. And then they want to take it to the level of let's fight. Okay. I thought we was just talking. What's the fighting? Where this come from?
Okay, I'll be ready to fight behind some shit sometimes. It just depends. Like it depends. Probably not as much anymore. Like I say, I think I done got grown, but when I was young, I'd be ready to fight behind some shit.
Right, I did all this fighting back in my younger days. I'm not with that. I could still fight, but I don't really want to do that. I'm trying to change and do things better. Yeah. I know I really do realize I need to kind of be quiet sometimes, but I don't want to. I want to say what I want to say and go on my way. But people, they don't like that. I don't understand. Why you can't just have a conversation without people getting mad and wanting to fight?
Yeah. I don't know. People like getting riled up, man. People like
over words. It's just words on the internet. Like what is all the extra for?
Yeah. I don't know. People be mad. People be angry. So they be looking for somebody to take their anger out on. Need somebody to told them some shit they ain't want to hear. And so now they mad and, they looking for a...
But it's just an opinion. Yeah. It's just your opinion, and they'll get mad at the way you give your opinion because you don't say it in a nice way.
That's messed up. So when did you decide that you needed to reform from your pettiness?
I said I was working on it. I didn't say I was there.
Oh, you working on it. Okay. That's different. One day at a time. I understand.
Right, I noticed myself slipping back into some of them old ways, so it's really a struggle.
Okay.
I'm trying to, be more like you, be more mellow and learn how to deal with these people without going all off on them, No. Your vibe is real calm, that's what I'm trying to get.
I'll be honest though. See, this is because, like I said, I just look at it differently because I look at it as two realms. You have the internet realm, which is virtual, like my boy Baker Man says. It's like the internet's like a video game. You push some buttons, and people respond and react or whatever. And then you have reality. Now, had this situation been in a place where it was a gathering or something, and I'd probably be a bit more aggressive in my conversation and tone because I'd probably press a motherfucker like that to see how much they really feel. I mean, if you really feel like that, I'm going to press you about that shit. And so I'm not saying I'm going to put my hands on you, but I'm going to see how much you stand behind those words. And then, if a motherfucker puts me in a situation where they feel like, it's going to be some action, and then let's get it in. But there's no access to do that on the internet, so that shit don't even really matter. Like I said, I see what people are trying to attempt to do, but because I can't put my hands on you. I mean, I'm not even going to get the energy up. You know what I mean? There's no point in going Super Saiyan, and I can't even put my hands on you. You know what I mean? So I'm just cool. It is what it is. I'm gonna let motherfuckers talk their shit because it is what it is. And at the end of the day, I still got my life.
But they've been horrible tonight.
Yeah,
I missed a lot of the trolls, but the last ones that I did hear, they terrible. Yeah. I really could teach them something. I need to start a training class, because they, oh my goodness, the joke's been horrible. Stop.
Yeah, that's the thing. You might look. That might be the lick. You might have to start a proper trolling class. Look, I'm sure some people signed up. That's the thing. So did you get to catch some of the earlier confessions?
No, I really just kind of tuned in late.
Oh, okay. I was wanting to get you.
I was doing a little bit of visiting different groups on Facebook.
Okay. Let me find out you in some of them kind of Facebook groups. Hold on, you got to watch out for Keisha. You know, some wild Facebook groups out there. You know, she might be on some of them other groups.
Oh no, I don't get into all that freaky stuff. It's just plain basic.
I got put in some groups one time. I'm like, wait, how did I get to this corner of Facebook? I didn't think this shit was allowed on Facebook. How did I get here?
I hate when people add me to those kind of freaky super groups and stuff, talk about that kinky stuff. I'm like, why would you add me to something like that? What made you think I'm that kind of woman? I don't carry myself like that. You know, when they be in there talking about whips and chains and whipped cream and.
Look, we just got out of that era. We ain't trying to go back, goddamn.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what's up. Well,
and the question that I wanted to ask you was, do you think that the celebrity should be responding to the trolls that come on their posts?
I think when you do that, it only gives them energy. And, you know, similar in the same sense like I was, you know, it gives them energy. But to me, I'm like, it just depends on, I guess, the type of person. Because sometimes you get them trolls there, they think they own some shit. And then when you can really kind of, you can get you a nice little small victory over them, then it makes them look kind of, you know, a bit more embarrassed. I think it just depends on the type of trolling that's going on. I don't have too much of a problem with it. No, I think it's okay if that's what they want to do, you know. But in reality, if you're a celebrity, I'm not no celebrity, so I can't sit there and say it. But if you're a celebrity, man, when you give them the attention, you know, I think they win, because now you're a world famous, or if you are, you know, a high level whatever, and then you give the attention to that person, and they're really a nobody, then yeah, they get a win because they get recognized for somebody famous, you know.
I just don't even understand why they even bother to read the comments.
Yeah.
Like, you're a celebrity. Why are you even listening to anything they got to say negative to you?
Exactly.
I don't get it.
I agree.
It's like you should have something better to do.
Yeah, I agree. You would think so.
But it's like they want to feed into the drama. Like, why?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, because it's attention, and they like attention, and they like it too. They like some of that attention too, so they gonna feed the shit. But then people, all right, Jared, all right, Miss H, my fault. But I think ultimately, you know, people have it's like a natural thing to want to respond. It's a natural thing to you know, try to defend yourself. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. And you know what crossed my mind was this guy that was at the Oscars in a dress. That he had it was like a tuxedo on the top, and the bottom part was a dress. I saw that picture. I said, "Oh Lord, have mercy."
Oh, I said,
"Oh
my God,
what is this bro doing? Why?"
That's that Holly weird shit. That's that Holly weird, and that's why I seen it. That's why I say, "Yep, I'm definitely not watching this." I ain't been watching the last however long. I'm definitely not watching this one either. I saw that shit, motherfucker in a fucking tuxedo dress. Like, you not, man. I don't even know.
I saw that. I said, I ain't never seen no shit like this. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
I didn't understand it.
Yeah, that's
it. Ain't time. It ain't time for that. I don't get it.
Man, I mean, like I say, you just I don't even know anymore. I have no idea. I have no idea what people are thinking. But I guess, you know, he felt like he was on something. So terrible. McFitz, what's the motherfucking deal? But yeah, that's that. I seen that terrible shit. That shit was awful. That shit was god awful. Okay. So, Ms. Keys, that's all you. So you telling me you ain't got no confessions that you want to make, something that you did when you was like 5 years old that you know you ain't ever tell nobody. You ain't got some confessions that you had. I think everybody got some. I think you hide some. So you be low key and cool. And I think you got a confession deep inside that you want to share with the den?
I don't really remember things back that long ago when I was young like that. I mean, I've done wild stuff when I was older, but when I was
you share
young,
some of that with us? What you mean? I was trying to keep your business. Well, you got something? Come on, you got to share a confession with the den. It's Sunday night confession. You got to share a confession with us. I know you got something.
Okay. It happened late one night.
Okay.
I was hungry, so it wasn't nothing in the house to eat. So I decided I was gonna make a run for Subway. So I ordered my food, and I came out, and I saw two guys approach me. They was wearing ski masks, and one of them had on a red hat. And then they started saying racial things to me. I was scared because, I had my food in my hand, and then I had my phone in my other hand. And then they hit me. I was like, oh, Lord, Jesus, what I'm going to do? So you know what? I fought back.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
And they ran off.
Okay.
And then I went home. I didn't notice at the time they had put a noose around my neck. So, yeah.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that. That's terrible.
Let me stop playing, but that's what he needs to confess to.
Yeah, we wait on them confess. That might not ever happen.
I'm gonna have to give you a confession next Sunday because I can't really think of nothing that I want y'all to know. That really happened. I don't want to tell nobody.
But don't nobody look. You got to get that off your chest. Don't nobody in here. Don't nobody know. Ain't nobody gonna know. That's just Miss Keisha from. It's the matter of fact. It's two Keishas from Chicago, so they might think it's the other Keisha from Chicago. They ain't even gonna know. So they're gonna be like, well,
Keisha, that's just my name for the den. That's not my real name.
Oh, okay. You don't even know your real. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. So you don't even know your real name. You can share a confession. Ain't nobody finna go hunting you down or doxing you or nothing like that. They're gonna be like, wow, that is a very interesting story.
I don't know, because you got a lot of trolls in there. They probably listening, trying to identify people.
They ain't gonna be worried about it. They gonna be trying to find me. That's what they gonna be mad at. They'll be like, black nigger, we're gonna find him. We make him mad enough. We're gonna get his ass. Like I said,
but I don't even understand why they trolling you like that. Like, what did you do to people?
I don't know. Like I said, it's just people be doing random shit on the internet and fucking bounce around looking to try to trigger somebody, try to get somebody upset. Like I said, if they really want to be about it, they can find me. I'm around. It's whatever. Like I say, I'm cool. I could be very cool. I'm in the serenity of the den studio. But like I say, anytime we outside of this buffer, it's just whatever you want, we can have it. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I ain't never tripping. But yeah, look, we gonna be waiting on this confession, Miss Keisha, or whatever your name is. That's a confession right there. You confess that ain't even no real name. But yeah, we so if you making us wait, look, Asia put us on layaway, so you putting us on layaway, so that means we need a good confession. So I need you to dig up something good. We want to hear something good for next Sunday.
Okay.
All right, that's a bet.
All right.
All right, Miss Keisha, appreciate the call.
No problem.
All right, you have a good night.
Bye.
See, look, y'all be trying to look that y'all be doing this bad with the confession. I seen you a call back, Miss Asia. If you still in there, man, try one more time. I'm holding the line right now till you call. You call. You the only call that's being accepted. Because I saw which one what the number was. I ain't gonna call you back or nothing like that. But when you call in, look. If you don't call, I'm gonna call you. Matter of fact, I am gonna call you. If you don't call, I'm gonna call you. Goddamn. No, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna have no unsolicited calls. That would be unethical. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is Asia.
Finally, that's my fault on the first 2/3 times of charm, Miss Asia, who gave us a teaser on that confession. What would you like to drop in the den this evening?
Oh my goodness, this was a long story. So, wait a minute. I got to turn my other phone down. I ain't never done this, so bear with me.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
Okay. When I first came here to Cincinnati from New Orleans, I went out with one of my brothers to a bar, and it was this female. She came up, she spoke, and she said something to my brother. My brother looked at me, I looked at him, and he said, "You have to ask her." So she said, "Can I eat your pussy?" And I'm like 19, 20, had never, had that done. So I'm looking like, no, And so, but I went back about 2 or 3 weeks later to that same club. Well, she happened to be there. And it was a couple of guys that was there. One I had seen my brother previously speaking with. I guess he knew him rather. And so she came running over to me and she said, "Hey, how you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I'm okay, whatever." So I sit down at the table with him and his friend and her. And we were drinking. And I went to the bathroom. Foolish me, I left my drink, came back out, sit down, and drank some more. Next thing I know, I'm in a hotel room. And I wake up to them fighting. The one guy was sitting in a chair. The guy that my brother was speaking with the time that we went there was fighting with her. I'm laying there, not knowing what the hell's going on. And he said, "F it," and left the hotel. I mean, his head. So, well, after that, I laid back down, passed out, woke up, and when I woke up, she was licking it and licking it and licking it and licking it. And so after that, we hung out more and more. And it was just something that is like a rape, but not a rape. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't, yeah. And it only happened at one time. But like I tell people, when you're young or you're older, because I'm much older now, and I was 19 then, and I'm in my 50s now, never, ever, for one, leave your drink with strangers. And another, because I could have died, I don't know what the hell they put in there, but it could have killed me. Y'all could have decided to take advantage or whatever, but they decided to fight for it, I guess, And she won the fight.
Damn.
And, yeah, she won. So, that's one of my confessions. It's funny now, but, then it wasn't, because I'm like, what the hell, I checked my ass and I knew it hadn't been penetrated. So,
I got a question for you, Miss Asia. I got a question. So,
yeah.
So you said that they were fighting. Was she a big girl?
Yeah, she was thick. She had to weigh about 185, 195.
Okay.
But he was bigger. He had to be about 260.
Okay. That's what I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But, that was a situation that could have turned out all wrong. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it was 3 of them, and I'm a little 120-pound drunk teenager. Yeah. So, yeah. So that was my story. I'm like, let me get this in now. Yeah. As soon as I get ready to call, I guess she's seen it in the chat. And I'm like, here goes somebody now. Another female want to talk now. Well, I'll be damned. Let me get this party started. Okay. And I'm saving some other ones for the next time, because I got a lot.
Okay. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Well, Miss Asia, I sincerely, you said this was your first time catching the den?
Yes, I happen to be watching because I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I happen to be watching some of your videos this past Sabbath. And I'm like, okay, this is an interesting guy. Very intelligent. Your topics is great. And I subscribed. And so I got the notification tonight when you went live.
Okay. Interesting. Well, definitely looking forward to you joining us more often. And I appreciate you calling in and, like I say, and sharing a confession with us because I was curious about this whole incident.
Yes. And don't get frustrated because that's all this is about, That beast don't want you to succeed.
Yeah, ain't worried
about
that.
You keep doing what you do.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
You keep doing you.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
I definitely will.
Okay.
All right. Well,
bye.
Thank you, Miss Asia. You have a good night. Man, shout out to Miss Asia for calling and sharing that story with us. Very interesting. Yeah, and it's kind of my thing that I say, loud in the thing. Like I say, not to be hating on any particular group, but look, women do the same thing men do, and so that's why I say with these movements and all men are bad, all this, like, it's not the case. It's you got bad dudes, but you got bad women. You got bad women who assist the bad dudes. You got bad dudes who assist bad women. And vice versa. I'm just surprised that the chick wanted to fight. Well, I mean, and not to be funny, because like you said, it could have turned out way worse. But maybe it was fortunate that she wanted to fight, being in that compromising position. Licking it. I ain't gonna lie. Made me think about Scotty. The way he attacks socks and feet. Yeah. But that's the thing that you do have to be cautious of. And they, and I was saying back then, and now it's even worse because I think more people have access to that type of stuff to fuck up your drinks, to, do that shit. I'm gonna be honest, man, like we talk about it, we get on it, but I wouldn't want any, I just couldn't take any compromised pussy. Like, if she not into it, I can't get into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I cannot, like, I need what's the word, what's the phrase I'm looking for? I need engagement and response. I can't, I don't say I can't get up, I'm sure if I could, but I have to know that I've laid the foundation first. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have to win. To me, it's a competition. If I come before she come, I lose. You know what I'm saying? And the more times she comes before I come, the more I win. It maybe doesn't make sense to other people, whatever. That's just how I operate, because I'm trying to pound a broad into submission. I'm not beat her down to submission, but she gonna tap out. And then when I win, after I bust a nut, I stand over and I look down and I admire the glorious thing that I've just done while she's trying to regain body movement and things of that nature. Makes me feel like a champion. I be standing on that bitch like, like the fucking the 1, 2, 3 when they giving out gold medals. I be standing up that bitch looking proud, like, yes. You think that you could hang? You thought wrong. I'll be on some I'll be on some old talking down shit after I'd beat. Yeah, that's all you got. I'm disappointed. Nah, I'm just talking shit. But yeah, but that's the thing. And that's the thing, especially when you're young, and that's why, like I was telling y'all about how I was talking to the little one about not trusting fake friends. She needs to understand that now. Just telling her it's better that you be by yourself than be fucking with people who don't really give a fuck about. Well, she's not, so I ain't telling her like that. But just about her trusting people and things like that. I'm trying to conquer something, but I'm trying to she gotta know that she's been conquered. You gotta know these things. And I'll be back to conquering. And the only thing I'm missing is like a fucking flag. I need a flag with my fucking name on it, just planted in her butt cheeks. Honcho's gone too far. But yeah, man. Yeah, if she makes me lose, if I come first, I feel like, God damn. If I come first, it's got to be around too. Like, it's a sense of pride in it. Then it's just like, hold on, I ain't going out like this. You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to tell me, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, she was. Look, here's another thing. I ain't even smoking. I was fucking flip. Here's another thing too. I refuse to believe that there is anything. Maybe that's a sense of pride too. That there's anything that a lesbian woman can do better than me. Refuse to believe it. You know what I'm saying? It's just what things will never be the same. Not the Tupac line. Goddamn. So have I ever made love describing prison sex? Stop. No. Look. That love making. That's like. If you get into a relationship, some of that old introductory shit, nah, that's like, I don't even say, that's like special occasion shit. Outside of that, look, we both got some goals here. You know what I'm saying? You trying to get a nut, or she trying to get a couple of them, and shit, I'm trying to give me one, if depending on the mood, maybe a couple. But it's just like shit. No. Making love is... It's here and there. It's not something that you fuck all that uber passionate shit. Ain't nobody got time for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there ain't no time for all that extra shit. No, kiss ain't stimulating shit. Look, I'm trying to start a riot. Goddamn. Yeah, but that's unfortunate. That's wild though. That's super wild. Like, you know, that you get caught up in a position. But the thing is, I won't say that you were relatively unharmed or anything, because you were violated. Somebody did something unwilling. So not to disavow that, but fortunately, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. It is what it is. See, look, yeah, look, look, you fuck around and end up in the Jay Dizzle situation. You put it down, right? You'll have fans that you ain't even know about. You know what I'm talking about? So definitely. Yeah, that's not making love. That's CrossFit. Hey, you got to do what you got to do. You got to make it shake. Yeah, and that's how I got into some of the situations I was talking about in my confession. You say too much shit. They don't let it be in a vicinity where they know and or can hear and find out. Shit. Well, do some free advertising. That's how that works. So. Yeah, good. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Shit, it could have been another kind of chick. Another chick would have been in the. Shit, she probably wouldn't even told us that, or she'd be telling the story how she met her wife. If anybody else, it would have been a whole different situation. That'd be unfortunate. But hot oil massage, man, stop. Look, they hands too small. I cover more ground. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't got time for all that. Bad. But that's what I wonder, because I had a homegirl, and I'm gonna get curious about her situation, because I know that she's had children the normal way, and so, but she claims to be a lesbian. And I'm just like, I give her a hard time. Not like that, but I've given her a hard time saying, you got to be at least dick free for 5 years before you can claim being a lesbian. And they kid over there, look at young, that nigga ain't even 2 yet. You know what I'm saying? So, so there's that. Hand grenade damage, that sounds bad. That one have, oh my God. And how does that... And that's why I have issues with, when people saying, "Oh, I was born this way," but you see a lot of them after a certain period of time, and maybe she got turned out. Who knows? I don't know. that's something I just don't comprehend. I don't understand, like, how that happens. You know, he wasn't using no damn turkey baster. Like, you had to engage with the penis to have those children. And I guess, you know, because didn't they say like Jay-Z's mom was a lesbian or some shit like that? And just a bunch of stuff. Like, I mean, at what point, you know, it might be a point where, you know, men have done you wrong to the point where you just don't want to deal with them anymore. And so you say, fuck it. You know, I'm you know, only dealing with women. But it's just hard for me. I'm still not sold on the born this way stuff. And again, I can't speak for anybody. I don't know how people felt when they were born, but I always think that there is some type of influence that alters the situation. All of us in the system, but damn, she definitely didn't have the motherly instinct if that was the case. God damn. To raise them the right way. That's terrible. That is terrible situation. But hey, you know, things happen in life, and again, that was an unfortunate situation, but hey, it led you to the den eventually, and I'm glad that you're here. What? Mice and citrus. What the hell is that? What are you talking about, Heidi? Man, who was the other day? I'm fucking yeah, the entire voice cracking and shit. Who was it the other day? Someone came in the other day and was giving Heidi a full-blown attack. You know what I mean? I ain't finna here's the deal, y'all, yet. I've probably got, we'll break it on even though, so we'll go to 2:30 my time. So about another 5 minutes or so. And here's the deal. And okay. Is this along the lines of the cell memory thing you were talking about? You had mentioned, this has been some months. Might have been some years or something. The children mice. Are now affected by the thoughts of that, where they don't like the citrus because of. Okay. Yeah, because I remember you saying that, and it made me think, because somebody had talked about, we were talking about something racial in here one day, and the commentary was talking about, you know, PTSD and stuff from slavery. And it made me think, because, you know, I have my opinions on that. You know, we gotta get on the ground and make things happen. But, you know, that story that you shared, it made me think about people passing on those traumatic feelings, if that has an impact on things today. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not buying that. Prepared is gay. But there was a full-blown attack on Heidi the other day. And so I was thinking about it, you know, and I was thinking about this attack. And they said that Heidi is not who she says she is. And Heidi is a fraudulent. Heidi is not this and Heidi is not. They were going in. They were definitely kind of say starvation weight gain. And so, and I was thinking about this, and I was like, you know what? Don't think about everything. Say, what if Heidi's not who she says she is? Because you have a lot of people in here who say Heidi is a 40-year-old man from Iowa. You know what I'm saying? And so that was unfortunate. He's gonna be upset. He's gonna be at work like, what the? That 1% hits. And so, but it was somebody new. It was somebody new, because it was somebody who hadn't talked in here in quite some time, or if they had, they had. I really hadn't seen that name before. And you know, Jeremiah generally does. A couple other folks say that, you know, Heidi's working on a construction site in Iowa. And so, again, so I thought about saying, so what if that is the case? You know, everybody says Heidi should call in. She never calls in. But I thought about it. You know, I thought about it. You know, if old Heidi Harold, you know, Heidi's our bud. Heidi's been down for a long time. And I thought about it. And I said, you know, but what if Heidi wasn't, and I'll say I'm like 89.3% convinced. I'm still waiting on the nudes. I'm just joking. But like I say, because from time to time, me and the Kleindienst, we have conversations. And about various things. And then I think about the Kleindienst, the KD, HKD. That's your new name, HKD, instead of the Heartbreak Kid. And I think about some of these conversations. I say, you know, what if I was getting duped? You know, what if I was getting catfished? You know, I wouldn't say catfish. It really wouldn't matter. And so I was thinking, would all of that even matter? Because even if it wasn't all that, because I think that there is an idea of Heidi as opposed to who she really is in her existence. And I think because, you know, people have, you know, voiced their opinions on different things and other such and such. But I think Heidi is a person. But I think Heidi is an idea, a concept of the den. And I think it's more of the idea of Heidi. And again, not to take anything away from the physical person. And that it serves and has value in itself. Because I thought about it. It's like sometimes, you know, I always look it all off and say, so what if it was? Well, would I be mad? Because this Heidi individual has been fucking with the den for quite some time and fucking with Soft Sports for quite some time. Engaged in several conversations. This person would be extremely committed to who this person is. You know what I mean? And I think it would be tough to keep up that commitment. Not saying it would be impossible, but it would be pretty tough to do so. So I think, you know, I don't think it matters either way. Honestly, I don't think it does. And so, either way, Heidi or Harold, whoever, you all right in the den, you all right with me. You all right with me. See if it's is it catfish if it's not a relationship. And Mick, say I'm afraid to call you, won't understand me. I have an Australian accent, immigrate to you. Man, look, Carl, we've had Australians call in. Well, on Soft Sports, I think we had an Australian call in, and none of that matters. Like I say, we make crack jokes, but I think we're a pretty understanding group. You know, we have a good time, but I think at the core of everything, it's about understanding. It's about developing a positive relationship. So, man, if you ever want to call in, if you ever want to express yourself, at least we'll know you know, by your accent. We'll always know, hey, it's Mick. And I think you'll be welcomed. I think that you will be appreciated. You said you played JV football with Heidi and Katie. Was she Harold then? But it's fun to give Heidi a hard time because Heidi gives everybody else a hard time. So, okay. I don't know. This shyness. We've seen the twerk. We've seen the floss. Allegedly. The alleged floss. But, like I say, you know, obviously it was Hank back then. Okay. Ah, yes, Hank Kleindienst. Yes. Did you be sub or not? I don't know. I think you're out there at work, karate kicking and Brazilian jiu-jitsu and your bosses, all that other shit. Yes. So you mentioned something about the Germans aren't allowed to joke. Yeah, that was one of the best fucking episodes of The Simpsons. I can't lie, man. And for a person who I really enjoy watching cartoons, like I said, I don't like sitcoms really too much anymore. It's like it seems like you've heard every story. You know everything's gonna happen. But cartoons give you that freedom, that versatility to do different things, to implement different shit into the story, even though the storyline may be predictable. But you just have the ability to do things differently. I just like watching cartoons, but I haven't watched cartoons. I've missed a few episodes or a few seasons of South Park. I haven't watched Bob's Burgers, which has been one of my favorite cartoons since it started. I haven't watched that in a few years. I haven't watched South Park. I haven't watched The Simpsons really. I don't really care for Family Guy. I mean, it lost its luster a while back. I haven't watched Archer. I think whatchamacallit, you know what show that I did like? Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I heard it came back on. I thought it was over with, but I heard it came back on, and I haven't watched that in a while. Rick and Morty is one of my. I have been keeping up with Rick and Morty. What scares you, HKD? So you think people expect a call from you yelling and making fun? I don't think so. King of the Hill was great. Futurama was good. I think if you just called in and were just yourself, I don't think anybody would be too concerned. You could tell us all about lederhosen and sauerkraut. No, not sauerkraut, but bratwurst or something like that. Whatever y'all eating over there. And you could share a few of those few German children's songs. Yeah, I think no one has expectations. There are no expectations. I don't think. I don't have expectations from anyone. I mean, I don't know what other people do. I try not to have expectations so that way I'm not surprised about anything. That way I'm not overly excited. That way I'm not disappointed. My thing is I'm just more of the curiosity to find out what's going on. You know what I mean? All right, well, Heidi has to call in when she's drunk. But the only thing is, about the time that we're going into the dead, it's early in the morning. So I guess that works out. That works out for Heidi, what is it? Count the beer. Get your beer off the counter. So, I think you have to. I mean, but that's what makes the den so great. The difference is the fact that people from all types of backgrounds, people from all types of beliefs, we come together and we share and we spill or we talk from our own perspective, and everyone, for the most part, respects that. And I think that you have to kind of appreciate that, because it's a wide world out there, and I think that the den gives people a place where they get to be themselves. Those I have. Big Mouth is humorous. That's probably the only one I've been keeping up with. And F is for Family. This last season of F is for Family was okay. It's okay. It wasn't, and I'm a Bill Burr fan, but that last season was just kind of okay. It was so-so. I don't even remember how it ended. But Big Mouth, even though it has some things in it that I don't care too much for, it's entertaining enough for me to be able to watch through some of that shit. But, the little J kid, he's a little weirdo, and the other little gay kid is a little weirdo. But yeah, Big Mouth is very entertaining. The fucking hormone monster, that shit is genius. It's fucking hilarious. Like, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Big Mouth. But yeah, man, like I say, as far as too much other shit, I really don't watch too many other things. Stand-up comedies, that's about as real as it gets, as far as, something that I'll watch that actually involves live action humans. Not super big on a whole lot of movies, really. I'll say a bunch of, I gotta go see it, I want to see this, and never fucking watch the shit. I'm surprised I even went and watched Black Panther because I was like really not finna go fucking do that. If it wasn't just because it was a little family affair, I probably wouldn't even watched it. Man, Paul Mooney. Me and my old lady were talking about Paul Mooney the other day, right? Oh man. And my old lady, she's funny. She's pretty funny. Somewhat. She ain't funny to me. She all right. But we were talking about Paul Mooney. And she's like, look at his face. Look at his eyebrows. Look at his eye. When Paul Mooney's not on stage, as soon as he goes back behind that fucking to the dressing room, he dresses in drag. I swear to God, he's a fucking drag queen. He's a fucking queen. And she was like going in on fucking Paul Mooney. She's like, he's hilarious. I love his jokes. I think he's fucking funny. But she's like, he's a fucking queen. Look at his move. And he does have some suspect ass movements, and he does move kind of, oddly. But man, she was going, and that shit had me. Just look at his eyebrows. He ain't got no damn eyebrows and some other shit. But Richard Pryor, he was bisexual. Paul Mooney was like his right hand man. And because it was funny because we was thinking about that whenever we were talking about Teddy P and who else? Teddy Pendergrass and Marvin Gaye, Luther Vandross, and all that other stuff. He's definitely used wax. But some of my favorite comedians, of course, Dave's on the list. Dave is up there. I don't know if I have a ranking, but Dave is up there. Eddie Murphy's up there. I like Bill. I've heard people say Bill has changed a little bit, but Bill Burr, I like Bill Burr a lot. I've liked a lot of that shit. Patrice O'Neal went too soon. He was definitely funny. Patrice O'Neal almost wasn't even. It wasn't even like he was telling jokes. He was just talking about situations in a real way, but it was funny. All right, 335. Hit you with the piece. Yeah, we slide out of here in a minute. I said like 5 more minutes, but y'all know I get to talking and shit and be making no sense. Let me think. Who else? Like I said, I'm pretty sure there's a bunch. There's probably a bunch of them that I'm just not thinking of. Let me see. Not a super big fan. I used to like Chris Rock a lot back in the day, but not too much anymore. I tried to watch his Netflix stand-up. I think I fell asleep on it. Tosh is funny. I wouldn't say he's like one of my favorites, but he's funny. He is funny. I've seen one of his stand-ups. He is funny. It was actually a chick, one of those Amy Wong stand-ups I actually liked. Then I watched the second one, didn't care for it too much. But I wouldn't say she's not in my favorites. This is just something I saw that was entertaining. Barney was a great. Eddie Griffin is probably in my favorites. Eddie Griffin's hilarious. I like Cat Williams. Wouldn't put him in my. I don't know if I put him in my favorites, but I like his stand-ups. I think he's funny. Let me think about who else. I like Cat Williams because he just keeps it real. Chris Tucker. I don't know. I don't know about Chris. I mean, and again, like I said, maybe biased for me because I was kind of disappointed in Chris Tucker not wanting to get on any of the other Fridays and then basically playing a role like Friday. Talking about, I don't want to just be, the weed smoking, this guy, the hood dude or whatever. But then basically played that role in Money Talks. I mean, what was the difference? It was like fucking Smokey got an upgrade or some shit. I think he's a good comedic actor. I didn't watch all of it because I don't think it really kept my interest. A stand-up he did recently, I think he has a stand-up on Netflix. And I was just like, That's all I can think of right now. I'm trying to think. I like good animes too. Animes are like animated soap operas. Motherfuckers be good sometimes. It's got to have a good story. It just got to be good all the way around. So, there's that. But I got to think about that on the comedian shit. I'm trying to think who else. I know I'm forgetting. Bill Cosby, greatest of all time. Who am I missing? But I'd like to see Eddie Murphy return, but I think that it's unfortunate because Eddie Murphy has built kind of that family brand. So I don't think that he would even be himself if he did go back. Like, especially in this day and age of instant outrage, they would try to crucify him. I don't think he has, like, because he'd have to be Chappelle status. Chappelle status is, I don't give a fuck about what anybody thinks. You guys have to fuck with me. I don't have to fuck with y'all. So Chappelle showed that he was willing to walk away. And so now that he comes back and he can say whatever, and even though people get mad, nobody pushes it because you can't take anything from him. Because he don't give a fuck. He'll walk away from the shit and not give a fuck. Because you know how the gay community got upset about that doll breaking over the head. Like, he just did a thing, and he talked about breaking a dollhouse over Jesse Smollett's head, and there was no outrage, very minimal. Like, they tried to do an article about it or whatever, and he was on tour with Kevin Hart and Chris Rock. I thought they did a show, and he basically said it because he was talking about the Kevin Hart situation. Excuse me. And so he was able to talk about this shit, and he got really no flack for it. As being as big of a star as he is, and well known as he is, because he never went to that family brand, and he never really went to, you know, that he always played his role, and that was the thing about it. Yeah, exactly. Ice Cube, family movie. Now he's a fucking a league owner, so he does too much. They're gonna find a way to try to, well, oh yeah, Ice Cube, we're finna melt your Ice Cube, you asshole. And again, you got to play the lane, and so I think it's odd. And again, you know, but there's more money in the family friendly route. I mean, that's just how it is. Like, I look at, like I said, I watch a lot of YouTubers, and there's more money when your shit is family friendly, when you don't, you know, use profanity or you edit it out and all that other stuff. So it's acceptable for watching. You know, that's how you grow. You get a lot more love, because, you know, YouTube has, you know, these sound fucking deals where they can, you know, they basically run through the sound of all that shit. That's how they use the copyright checks and all that other stuff. That they can do the same thing with audio to make sure if you're using profanity and shit like that, and if it's too heavily profane, you know, then they may not recommend it to certain areas and shit. But I don't really be giving a shit about that. I mean, it's I don't know, maybe like I should do on the regular videos, like the actual short videos that I do on topics. Maybe I should be not as profane, but then just keep all the profanity for the streams. Just really let them have it. I don't fucking know, but you know, it is what it is. But I think it's about that time. I think it's time for the here's the deal. Okay. Call it a wrap. Get a little bit of rest. I owe the people of Soft Sports. I haven't done a Soft Sports since Thursday. You know, I think I might have only done one before that. Fucking the kid had a dance. Then Saturday I had to fucking had a hair appointment. Then fucking today spent, you know, I was telling you earlier about, you know, just talking to her about understanding. And so that kind of carried over, you know. You got to let her know that, you know, outside things, you know, I show her that she's important. And so I had to put the sauce on hold today to make sure that we had that conversation, because that's very important to me, that she has a sense of self-sufficiency and a sense of understanding, you know, her own value. Because if you don't instill that in them young, it's going to be definitely much harder to do once they become teenagers. It's going to be much harder to do, you know, once you're an adult, it's over with. So you got to establish those habits right from the get-go, you know, and that is what it is. Appreciate the love, just Sarah. You tend to say, must be that time of the month. You know what that means. No. Shout out to Heidi, but Heidi, Hank, Harold, whoever you are, you're always welcome in the den. I'll give you a hard time. But I appreciate all of y'all. I thank all of you, even though this number's been stuck up here for forever. It ain't been 39 for some hours now. But I appreciate all of y'all for coming through, even the trolls. Hopefully they'll come back tomorrow, get those numbers up. All of y'all have a good day. And Jess, Sarah, hopefully your husband ain't too mad at you for stealing the charger. But hey, you got to do what you got to do. But with that being said, I appreciate all of y'all. Y'all ain't got to go home. It's late as hell. Y'all guys better be home already. But y'all definitely got to get. I gotta get the fuck up out of here, and I'm out. Hold up. Hey, ain't no more music. I was gonna start a rap song. Y'all still here? Tomorrow night, then at 10. All that good stuff. Appreciate everybody who came through. I'm out.